Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It is me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again for another day of Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. Good to see you again, Eliza. What's up, Kane? Hello, Rogue. What's up, Iron? What are you up to, Echo? Escapes the box? No, back in the box you go. Incredible, how you doing today, Nair? Hello. What's up, Cardi? Good to see you again as always. Hello, Night Owl. Anybody else? Mute, what's up? Turbo, good to see you. Campin' Carl, hope everything's good. Yeah, had a good little weekend. Fun little time. Hey, Travis, how you doing? What's up, Martin? Or Martian, or however you pronounce your name, my apologies. Terry, how you doing today? Welcome, everybody. 7 Stream Street, Kane, heck yeah! Yo, Biohazard, how you doing? Alrighty, you know what we're doing, peeps. We got some candies to find. Who wants to join for my now apparently most used Warframe in the game? Oh, I'm in solo. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Okay, Echo, Cardi. Easter egg hunt? Well, technically speaking, we're going to find candies, not Easter eggs, but I guess Easter eggs are technically candies. But we are going to find, Campin' Carl, what's your in-game name? We're doing Steel Meridian first, if you want to join. Excited for the Coda Bubonico? Yeah, that's going to be really cool. I'm going to guess it's probably going to be like the later half of the month. Toxic Snotter. He sneezes. Hey, Andromeda, how you doing? Okay, we got room, Campin' Carl. I don't remember what your in-game name is, so if you want to join for Steel Meridian Daily, say something. You're more excited for the Cool Ghoul Saw? I'm actually really excited for the Cool Ghoul Saw. Hey, HD Eddie, how you doing? Good to see you again, Andromeda. I don't know if I said anything, but welcome on in. Yeah, the Coda Bubonico is going to look really cool. Oh, Brobron Prime, that's right. Thank you, Campin'. Bron-Prime. Get on in here. Just working on your Haro build. Ooh, what you thinking of doing with your Haro? Let's start with this one here. The Cool Saw was actually the first weapon you traded for when you started the game because you really wanted it. Yeah, the Cool Saw was just kind of fun. I'm really interested to see what they do for those weapons. Right? The Bubonico is already so incredibly strong that it kind of feels like it's not going to be getting any changes. You know what I mean? Why would you spoil the fun, 7 minutes? Let the surprise be a surprise. Come on. Come on. Jeez. Sev, shake my head. Change up your Saren build. Excited to send it to you. It's pretty dumb. Ooh, can't wait to see it. Cannot wait. You can show what you got so far when I'm out of mission. Flynn! What's up, dude? Stupid Rem 1. Hello, Stream Elements? Wake up. Flynn, thanks for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. How was your day? What you up to? It was fun playing some Deadlock. I'm still upset that Rem won. You played High Guard. Oh, how'd it go? But welcome on in, everybody. Like I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Of course, Flynn, if you have to raid and run, you are always welcome to do so. Dendro, thank you very much for the 13 months tier 1. Sheesh. The game needs a lot of work. Oh, rough. Ooh, rough. Oof. I have heard that they are getting pretty dang mixed reviews right now. So we'll see how it goes. You love my sweater? Yeah, it's from my sister's little research charity that she ran for a long time. I guess it's technically an NGO, not a charity, but you know, whatevs. But of course, Flynn, if you got a raid and run, you are welcome to head out. It has perma mouse acceleration on. You can't play it. Oh, wow, that's awful. Skeleton Main? No, we're just doing the dailies here. Zaku's fourth ability is a box breaker, so that makes them a very good frame for doing and finding the reputation candies in these missions. Yes. Now, what we like to do around here, anytime that we get raided, to thank the kind people for sharing their community with us, is we like to do a little giveaway. So to thank Flynn for sharing his community over here, We'll get a little giveaway going in a few minutes here once we're done doing our this mission. So just sit on tight, sit back and relax. Hey, Flame Painter, how you doing today? Yeah, I literally only play Zaku for these missions because Zaku's just super good for this. UK's doing a class action lawsuit against Steam? That's intriguing. Why? For what reason? Huh. Interesting. I wonder if it has to do with competition practices. Because a lot of people view Steam as being forcing publishers to avoid cheaper, earlier sales on rival stores, requiring in-game add-ons to be purchased only through Steam, charging up to 30% commissions, described as excessive, and leading to higher consumer prices. So then are they going to go after Apple and Google and every other platform that also charges 30%? Because that's the standard amount of costs for platform fees? Like, they would have to go after basically every platform then, going by that logic. Like, they would have to go after YouTube, or not YouTube, they would have to go after iPhone, like the App Store, iOS store, and they would have to go after Google Store for that. Like, that seems very, very odd that they're specifically choosing Steam. It screams like, huh. Interesting. That seems very odd. Seems like a choice, all right. Huh. Well, best of luck. Prices are high because of Steam / you looks around the current capitalistic market. Yeah, no, it's not because of Steam. Like, that seems very odd to me. Like, that's just the industry standard for commission fees for platforms. It seems very, very odd to me. But, I mean, if there's... this seems very odd. Why aren't you going after Google? Why aren't you going after Apple? Why are you going after Steam? Okay, let's give away a Grendel. All right, type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get in for a Grendel Prime set. Everybody and everybody's welcome to join, so thank iFlynn for the raid. Just type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat. And yes, you can win on your first message. You can win on your first message. Join in the Twitch chat. You're gonna give away for Grendel Prime. Yes, exactly. Thank you. That was too many letters too close together, and it broke my brain. Hey, Scotty, how you doing? You said it? I mean, I did, but I had spaces there. Theoretically. Allegedly, there were spaces in the words that I say. Just want to see if there's like, oh wow, there's like nothing here. Cardi, how? But Cardi, how? I need to know. What happened here? Okay, nothing over that way. Laser? Mmm, the lasers. Lasers, sometimes delicious, other times less so. Seems like there's something above us here. There you go. These old derelict sets are tile sets. I totally forget that these exist still. You know when you just don't play any of the tiles and you're just like, oh wow, that's right, this exists. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, these tiles were always so confusing too. There we go. No, didn't think there would be anything in there, but it was worth a try. Oops. Is this door open? No. Okay, very good. Is that? No, that's an elevator, so we can just head off this way. Yeah, oh man, that seems like a really odd lawsuit. I mean, I wish them the best of luck, I guess. Steam knows this rodeo song and dance pretty good. And I suspect that one of their main leading arguments will, in fact, be, yeah, that's industry standard. Hate to break it to you, but you'll have to go over all, like, you'd have to go after basically all digital media platforms. And, like, arguably, maybe that's the case. Maybe they do need to go after all digital media platforms, you know what I mean? Like, I do agree that prices are too high, but I don't think it's because of a 30% platform fee. It's because of publishers and, you know, as Rue said, capitalism. I don't think it has anything to do really with the platform's percentage, although possibly, you know, if they reduce that, yeah, it would help to reduce the cost, potentially. Theoretically. Hey, Tiny. How you doing? Okay, I'm just popping this here. This is one of those areas where I'm just like, I don't want to be bothered with this. All right, I knew it. See, look, I was right. Oh, oh, that's the door. That's not what I was looking for. COD is not $70 because of Steam. Yeah, because by that same logic, then the prices would be different on... Oh, how do we... Are you gonna let me through? Okay, you are gonna let me through. Like, by that same logic, then... Like, the cost should be lower on... Like... Blizzard's platform. For Blizzard games. Oh, I always forget how to open this door. And they aren't. Is this platform that you have to step on? Yes. When's Dagath's other parts? I think Dagath's other parts are over the next few weeks. I think it's... I forget what day exactly the next set of alerts start. Oh, that's just the door over there. All right. That's the dragon key door. Dragon, these nuts! Thought one of them was going to be starting today. If you take a look at the current alerts, divide them by 7. And, I mean, like, you know... Username pending! Username pending _ ETA 10 minutes. I need to say what your Twitch name, your in-game name is in the Twitch chat, please. You've won yourself a Grendel Prime set. Yeah, Jen, how you doing?
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
Because why is digital the same price as physical? No overhead, no manufacturing costs, no shipment costs, no warehouse costs, but sure, $90 for the same thing virtually. Than having something you actually own? Yeah, exactly. Like, if it was a Steam problem, there would be so many other, like, just so much there. Okay, username pending. I'm just gonna finish off with this group, so we'll finish off this next mission, and then I'm gonna send you an invite, okay? Lakota Bubonico? Yeah, I'm excited for that too. Did your ETA today? Luckily no blue shards. Oh crap, Flynn rated. That means I'm only gonna get blue shards. Damn it. How am I doing? I'm doing well, Jen. What are you up to today? That's fine, perfect. Thanks for your understanding. And your patience, I appreciate you.
I need you to sabotage this ship's reactor. The reactor is a complex system.
Netro cells multiple times for rewards is once per week. You have 5 charges. You can run Netro cells 5 times, and it takes 2 charges of those 5 charges to do each ETA and EDA. Each of them cost 2 charges of the Netro cell things. So if you want to do ETA and EDA, you can only do ETA, EDA in a single Netro cell or some combination of the 2. Or 3, I suppose. Digital only is the same price as physical is why you won't buy a console with a without a disc drive. You'd rather support the secondhand market anyway. Yeah, and I totally regret. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that me being on PC and just sort of the ease of PC, there's a statue here. And because my, you know, my whole entire career requires this PC, I would be doing physical copies as well. And there's very rarely physical copies for PCs these days. Yeah, or 5 Netra cells. Yeah. But just keep in mind that there is sort of that limitation of the amount per week of those special weekly missions you can do, is more what I was pointing out. So you can do 5 Netra cells, or EDA and 3 Netra cells, or ETA and 3 Netra cells, or Deep Archimedes, you know, some combination of those. Just keep in mind that those special mission types do require that extra charge in order to do. The search pulses, I believe, is the in-game proper term for them.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this
Do I main Zaku? No, I just do Zaku for these missions here. As their 4th ability is a box breaker ability, meaning that it'll break all boxes in the mission, in the area. And then anything that doesn't get broken, but is still on the mini-map, see up there, you can see the loot in that corner over there. So if I walk over to this and it gets picked up, that means it's not something for me to walk over and pick up by hand, like the statues, or in this case, the reputation items. Yep, just box breaker because we're doing our dailies. Although, funnily enough, because I play so many different frames so often, Zaku was my most played frame last year, just because out of consistency of doing my dailies every day. So, Zaku, technically, if you go by player usage stats, is my most played frame. But they are very much not my main frame, just sort of out of technicality because of loot. I've ended up playing them so much that they became my most played frame. How much range can you increase the pickup range? The pickup range, to my knowledge, is set at 15 through vacuum or fetch. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. So I'm a skeleton main technically, yes, but not in reality. I would, if I was gonna say that I play a certain mainframe, it would probably be Nesha. It's the one that I have certainly played the most. Why not greedy poll, Zaku for the daily? Largely just because I'm lazy and don't want to switch out my I don't want to switch out my helmet or switch out my build. This is my normal Zaku build and I just use it. Works perfectly. Seattle's going to the Super Bowl? Nice. Okay, Echo and Carl, I will send you an invite in just a minute here. To get you back in, we're just gonna get username pending their giveaway first. Fast way to get invigorations? Do you mean like helmet invigorations? The once a week thing? Or do you have something else for, do you mean something else for invigorations? Yeah, for the helmets, don't remember what level they unlock, but leveling up your helmets can be done in a number of different ways. Feeding the helmets, feeding warframes into the helmet, applying subsumes onto your frames, and so on and so forth, are a bunch of different ways that you can increase the speed at getting to that area. Steam element seems to be down. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know what's going on with it. Stream element seems to be not working, but thank you very much for the follow there, Senny Prime. Sure. Hey, Brandon, thanks for the three stream streak. Appreciate you. Trade successful. Get out of my squad. GG. Enjoy your Grendel. Okay, Echo and Brobron. There we go. Okay, we got room for one more for Cephalon Pseudo Dailies. Anybody want to join? We got room for 2. And we got one of the good defense tiles where it actually has candies for us. Douche Lord, Sunny Prime, keep up with the good content. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying your day. Chizzy, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I don't know why the alerts aren't working today. Stream Elements is broken. I don't know what's going on. Or I don't know what's going on with that. But apologies. Anyone else have a hard time with choice paralysis in the early game? How do you focus on in such a massive sea of choices? The biggest thing and the first thing that I would always recommend that you do as a new player is your quests. Do your quests. They're basically a checklist that will get you through the star chart, teach you new systems, unlock new things in the game, and so on and so forth. So as a new player, the biggest and most important thing that I would always recommend is to do your quests. From there, it kind of is, you're right, there is choice paralysis because there's so many different weird stuff in Warframe that has weird, fun things in it. So I would, let's just do that. Oh no, that was meant to interrupt the Lotus so that the things would show up. This is actually one of the good tile sets where they have candies in the defense. Big Noodle, thanks very much for the follow. My apologies, my alerts aren't working for some reason today. I don't know why. But I don't know if it's just follows or if it's like subs and that stuff too. So we'll find out whenever that happens next here. Because I don't know what's going on with that. Ooh, some sleep token. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. One. Now the on this defense tile set, they only spawn the candies up in the spawn area. Choice paralysis caught you last night because you messed around with your Wisp Prime, your Wisp build because you were trying to find a happy mix between efficiency and duration, but then you remembered equilibrium. Yeah, efficiency is kind of a stat that you can just dump these days for most frames because of equilibrium with synth deconstruct or just the amount of health orbs that exist in the missions now these days. Oberon, Citrine, Necros, so many. You know, Protea, Uriel, Araxia. There's so many ways to get health orbs in your missions now that it's just like, even if you aren't bringing anything, and if you're going into a squad play, you'll probably still have good energy economy. But going back to the choice paralysis thing, the biggest thing that I would recommend is follow your heart. That sounds really cheesy and really stupid, but hear me out, right? If your brain says, I want to do X today, and I'm going to enjoy doing X today, then do it. Warframe is not a incredibly structured game in that way, where you have certain things that you should be doing in order to do things in the game, or to unlock new functions, new powers, and etc., etc. So the biggest thing that I would do is if you find something that's really intriguing you and something that you want to enjoy, I would just recommend do it. Like, there's no problems with, you know, having massive amounts of ADHD in this game because there's so many cool different things that you can check out, and you're probably, you know, if you like the gameplay loop of Warframe, you're probably gonna end up liking most of those fun little adventures and fun little things that you do. But I would say, like, you know, make sure you're trying out new Warframes. Is Fashion Frame good? Oh, Fashion Frame's great. I love Fashion Frame. We take a look at people's fashion all the time here. Currently, you're trying to MR farm. Not the most exciting. Yeah, but right, it's a goal. Like, one thing that helped me a lot when I was first getting into Warframe, because I had that choice paralysis, is I would do two things, right? I would take a look at what I want to do that day, right? Like, I'd make a little list of like things that I would like to complete in Warframe. And then in order to limit burnout or sort of boredom or anything along those lines, every day I would do different things. How are people going invisible when operating, going in operator? Yeah, you just hit your crouch. Crouch button does that. So like set yourself some little goals. You got so many fashions on Volt right now. Ooh, 4K platinum on fashions just for Volt. You know what? That's respectable. As long as your like Volt is a frame that you really enjoy playing, and hopefully some of that stuff will transfer to other fashions too. But Volt is one of the best sort of all-rounder frames in the game. He's really, really good. Intro, don't feel stupid. Don't feel stupid. We've all been there, as Cephalon Billy is saying there. We've all had that moment where we're like, oh, crap. That seems really obvious in hindsight. So don't feel bad at all, because that happens to literally all of us. Happens even to me. Even as a content creator, I play this game for a living. It happens to me. You forgot how to swap weapons the other day? It's true. You went 3 months not realizing bullet jump was a thing? Exactly. Thoughts on the Vauban heirloom? I love the Vauban heirloom, and I love that we're going to be able to have options with this jacket. Noctis, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you. My apologies, my alerts aren't functioning today, but still appreciate you. Nobody even came back here to check. Hey, Queen, how you doing? You like the gimmick builds he has, like Desiccation Cats, and the fact that Chalky Speed triggers Manifold Bond, so Heat Inherent go burr? Yeah. There's a lot of weird fun tech when it comes to Volt. He's a very, very good frame. Hanging in there? Nice. That's the most important thing. Just keep going. Bab, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Do one of y'all want to come over here? Help me with a door. Bolts of Suma's Shock? Yes. Hey, J-Chan, how you doing today? I'm literally already right here. I'm right in front. Why are you here? What are you doing? Is Bab Bep a sibling of Bip Bop? Only Bab Bep can answer that question. Otherwise, I would be doxing them. Mospar for the 10 stream streak. Heck yeah. Loving my shorts. You see from time to time. Hope everything's fine. Things are going great over here. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying everything. I'm going to be trying to do more long format videos going forward. Oh, also, just as a heads up to for everybody, due to the situation with TikTok, I will no longer be having comments open on my TikTok. I still need to keep my content on TikTok for copyright concerns in order to do copyright strikes when necessary, but I will no longer be having comments active on my TikTok going forward. So if you watch my content on TikTok and wish to participate in any conversations, please consider going over to my YouTube Shorts page. It's just I'll be making sort of a more formal announcement on the Discord for everybody, but it is specifically because of the, what happened to TikTok? Ownership changes for North America. And not necessarily something that I want to support, but something that I have to deal with. Kind of aggressive type of guy, if you know, you know. True. True and real. Okay, where we going next? Disruption. Shoot faster. Twitch is your last connection to the outside world? Totally fair. Garuda Caster? Yeah, I have. I haven't made a video on it yet, but it's a Breach Surge Garuda. It's actually very fun and very high damage. It's great. One more Forma and then Master Prime's done. Ooh, just in time for that new Master Deluxe skin. It's mine! It's mine! Damn it.
Put the key in and you can pull the shinies out. Trick is,
Echo stealing my candy again. Shake my head.
something happens to the conjure. You don't get the goods ever. Also, the bleeders allied sold the tech to will
No,
try
it's mine.
to kill ya.
Damn it!
Give that console the old bypass so we can get this
Keep getting my standees scolling.
use it with your regular vault job.
Shake my head.
Hard V,
English.
conscious with interference routines. Designed for the tenor.
The only thing that you can make the Master use is if they buff the heck out of it. The Master is actually really a fun weapon, especially if you're someone who enjoys slam builds. Because it's got I believe it's got the largest slam AoE in the game.
Find a matching conduit.
If I remember correctly, it's got the largest slam AoE in the game. So it's actually got some interesting, it's mine, damn it. It's got some interesting builds there. In fact, I'll be working on the Master here. I'll be working on a Master short for when that deluxe comes out. Done with 4 augments because you're not using it as slam melee. That's fair. The nice thing is that it's honestly still not a bad weapon, even if you're not using the slam tech on it. It's not like a crazy weapon. I think that like heavy blades could really use some love.
Don't let them near the conduit.
Now the question is was that this way? There's one over here. There's one. Because remember, everybody, everything in Warframe can work if you're brave enough or stupid enough to make it work. Go back! Come back! Slams feel so cumbersome, like so powerful, but ugh. Yeah, they're not really something that I enjoy. Like, I don't like slam builds personally. They're not for me. Kind of boring, looks cool, but has no flavor. Yeah, it doesn't really have like anything special to it, but it is actually kind of a fun weapon. Yeah, it's basic, but sometimes basic isn't bad. Hot take, I think impact should actually deal extra damage to defenses. Or impact like helps to reduce defenses faster. I think that'd be kind of neat, but I think that would also maybe be a little bit too powerful. Do you know how to get Arcane Aegis? Been looking around, you don't know how to get it. So you can get Arcane Aegis basically in 2 ways at this moment. Arcane Aegis is available through the through hunting Eidolons, if you want to go that route. Or you can use the Vospher trading system, where you can melt down duplicates of arcanes that you don't need and trade for packs of arcanes from that area, being Eidolons. Now, sometimes they also special events show up every once in a while, which allow you to farm them directly, and you can farm like the whole entire arcane in a couple of missions. So there is some other ways, but those events are not running at the moment. So they may be running sort of in the future. Where? Yeah, we got 6. It's fine. The radius on the Masseter is a 10-meter AoE on Slam. It's the largest AoE in the game. If I remember correctly, 10 meters. But I would probably, like, no joke, it's faster just to do the Vospher trading. So RNG is the only way? It's the fastest way. Believe it or not. Just because, especially once you start getting into the late game, like, here, I'll show you what I mean. I'll go and do some arcane trading in just to show the point here. Once you get into the later stages of the game, you get a lot of arcanes. Like, the Steel Path, every mission / every checkpoint. So in survival, every 5 minutes, defense every 3. Defense is a little bit odd though. Sometimes it's not every 3, sometimes it is. But you can melt down arcanes here. And as you can tell, you end up with a lot of them. You end up with quite a lot of them. Like that right there is 9 relic packs just out of secondary deadheads. So, and then what you do is you go here, you go Eidolon collection, you hit confirm, and there you go. So you end up with like, this is kind of, if you're not looking to trade, as someone mentioned, or you're not looking to buy off of another player, the fastest way is through the Voster trading system these days. Again, unless a special event's happening, which sometimes happens. Give the boy a treat. There we go. The boy has been treated. How you doing, Civil? What you up to today? Alrighty. Let's take a look at what some people have sent, and then we'll go do our missions. A Necros from Echoes. Ooh, I love that. I think I would want this purple maybe a little bit brighter, though, on the armor. Just like a tad. Kane, Mirage, Monochrome, Mirage. Ooh, really nice looking Mirage. I really like the monochrome choices that you went there. With making, what colors what? I like that. What do we got here? It looks brighter on yours. Yeah, it's just look link. But this song is so good. Oh, I love this song. Very nice fashion as well there, Kane. I like the blue. Ollie, Vauban Prime. Let's take a peek. Circumvent, Arachne, Nourish, Tesla Bank. Yeah, so Tesla Bank is going to be a lot better next patch because these guys are going to be spreading out more often, so you'll be able to get that big old explosions much more frequently. Since you are going shield gating, I would probably recommend Rolling Guard, but you do have Circumvent, so this is where you're going to be regenerating some shields for your adaptation to work off of, so that's actually not a bad choice, but you might want to go Rolling Guard, you know, 6 of one, half dozen other personal preference. I like the build. Looks good to me. Nothing to say. Vauban Prime. Ooh. Yeah, I love these shoulders. From the Glassmaker Nightwave. They're so good. All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And I'm just going to check on my YouTube comments here for a moment. Alrighty. Let's go get my calendar started here. Scalder Troop with abilities, easy. Actually, let's take a look at the whole calendar, see what we got. Scalder Troop with abilities, enemies with melee, Scalder Troops with melee weapons, exterminate, attacker with abilities, enemies with abilities. Okay, this is all really, really easy, and we're just gonna use Excalibur for it all. Router. Hey, Mickey, how you doing? Tenant Detron. Super Spreader. And what was our first one? Scalder with abilities. Easy. Easy peasy. This way. Are Tesla cannons coded so that Tesla cannons coded as weapons using both no, the flechette orbs are. Billy. The flechette orbs are coded as weapons, which is the reason why Nourish and the other one are both choices. Are both good choices, I should say. Where's my Wrathful? And where's my Fashion? That was not the right Excalibur. Okay, so yeah, sound alerts is completely broken. Or, not sound alerts, my apologies. Stream elements is completely broken. Revan, thank you very much for the 7 months tier 1. Appreciate the heck out of you. Swap. X. Cal. There's the right one. There we go. Returning to play Warframe after about 7 years, and you're just trying to figure out stuff again. Sound alerts was also broken for you last week. Sound alerts, I don't know if sound alerts are broken. Nobody's tried that one, but stream elements certainly is broken right now. Sorry. And you're just trying to figure out all the stuff. The biggest thing that I would give you suggestion, Megan Claire 7, is focus on your quests. There's a lot of new story quests in the game. There's a lot of new things, and that will sort of get you going and started, and sort of get you, you know, going inside of the game more frequently, or sort of unlocking stuff that you need to unlock and all that jazz. Oh, what am I even doing? It's only 75 enemies. I don't actually need to get to a good tile for this. Okay. That was odd. You're welcome, welcome. Gotta support one of your favorite streamers. Oh, thanks. I do appreciate it. I appreciate you. Was 40k inspired? Were you going for 1,000 Suns? Because that's kind of what it looked like. Why? Oh, it's the ghoul saw. I don't know where my energy is this mission. So that's intriguing. Oh, was it because my dog was dead? I think it was because my dog was dead. New stance for Ghoul Saw? I would like to see some stance improvements for the Ghoul Saw, that's for certain. I would very much like to see some stance improvements for the Ghoul Saw. Nice look on the Excalibur. Thanks. Okay, phone. Take on heavy blades in great 2006. You miss old Tempo Royale. Yeah, it'd be nice to see heavy blades get a little bit of love. Okay, let's take a look at your rogues. Rogue, you got Nadaruk. Let's take a look at what you got here. Deadhead, Shred, Gamma's Aptitude, Fire Rate, Multi-Shot, Crit Chance, minus Magazine Capacity, very nice Riven. Yeah, it looks all good to me. Again, I would probably switch this out for Vile Acceleration because it does have basically infinite body punch through with the telephone poles that it shoots. So I would just go for a higher fire rate, but you may be manipulating the fire rate to a lower value so that you can land the perfect charge shots, which I understand if that's the case. And off we go. Whose birthday? Happy birthday, Howie! 150 enemies with melee. Easy. Easy peasy. For your Rexy build, what would your Kuva Sobek build look like? Give me like a hot second here. Sobek. It is right here. What? Just get some energy up while I'm trying to get to the point, because it's just usually better to hang around the survival thing so that the enemies are all in one area, and then you don't have to deal with baboos if you don't want to deal with baboos, because I don't want to deal with baboos if I can manage not having to deal with baboos. Okay, there we go. What Warframe would give the best manicure or pedicure? What an odd question. And the answer would be Urelli. Garuda? Oh, you know what? That's a good call too. Citrine? I feel like you would just get glass shards everywhere. However, she would do some really cool makeup art or really, really cool nail art. Oh, you know what? Now you're making a lot better points here. Citrine might be the answer. You're not wrong. Citrine might just be the answer. Grendel? You know what? I can see it. I can see it. He would do it in his spare time as like a hobby job. Titania would be perfect detailing though. Ooh, true. Eleanor, that's also true, but like Eleanor does everything well. My wife is great. She does everything well. Owie, 100%? I can see it. I can see it. Hey, Sonic, how you doing? No. I don't want a blue shard. Are you silly? Yeah, I'll take free electric damage. Melee. Sculptor troops send? Sculptor troops. I feel like Haro wouldn't like horror movies because his life is a horror movie. Why no pizza party? What do you mean no pizza party? Your main favorite frame is Nezha. What are my thoughts on playing her? Him, actually. Nezha is my favorite frame. I love Nezha. He is incredibly strong, high survivability, fantastic playstyle. I have been sort of a quasi Nezha main for most of my time in Warframe, actually. Owie has the girl night vibes. You know what? You're true. That's fair. I feel like Owie would be the one who would at least organize the nail painting party. But I feel like Eleanor would be the one who would be the person doing all of the good stuff with that. Only because I'm massively biased. Flair being a perfectionist? Yeah, Flair would take way too much time. Flair, it would be unbearable amounts of time with Flair. Whee! Lizzie? Oh no. I feel like Lizzie wouldn't do anything useful. I feel like Lizzie would be there causing problems for Flair. True. What's up, dude? Try not to be biased because Eleanor's my wife. Eleanor's my wife too. Give the boy a treat. Okay, I will give him a treat once I feed him, if that's okay, because I did just give him a treat. I feel like I maybe need to put that on a longer cooldown. Just so that we don't overfeed the boy the treats all at once. You want to go home, but Zenos won't let you out of the basement? Back to work. Less complaining. Hey, Soup, how you doing today? I don't need that. I got so many of those. How do you get a Raskakoo, bro? Largely by breeding. So you would breed and hope that you get one. Otherwise, you can buy imprints from other people to make it. Yeah, let's take the free casting. 20 Eximus. We'll go this one here. Gonna open up my window a bit. Well, and by warm, I just... So excited for the Kuvagula Saw? I too am excited for the Kuvagula Saw. I really hope that they give that thing like some really interesting, unique trait. Okay, fine. I'll get off the chair or get off the bike. Fine. Oh, that heavy attack animation is a long one, eh? Sheesh. My go-to single target weapon to deal with bosses, usually the Strun or the Sicarus are my go-tos. Just the high fire rate and the high multi-shot and the high crit chance on those. Sort of some combination there of those. I tend to prefer. Wait a second. Oh no, this is just 20 Xmas. Okay, I was like, wait a second, is this supposed to be killing a faction? I didn't see the alert pop up there. I would really like to see a stage defense Void Fissure mission. I want to see more Void Fissure missions. I want to see some more options. What mission would you all want if you like could get it as an Omnia relic? I would like to see an Omnia defense and I would like to see an Omnia disruption. Those are like my wish lists. Taylor Rell. Sorry, probably mispronounced that, but thank you very much for the 3 stream stream. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. I didn't see if we were done. Void Armageddon. Ooh, you know what? Void Armageddon would be really interesting. I think like Void Armageddon's like a fun game mode. Oh, we're already done. Perfect. Off we go. Nightshade for the 7 stream streak. Heck yeah. I'm doing well today. How are you? Omnia Capture? I feel like Omnia Capture would... I don't think they would ever do an Omnia Capture realistically. Melee, primary. We'll go primary. Attack art with abilities. Easy. Is on wanting to do a 99 Omnia? Yeah, see, I would like to see a stage defense Omnia. I think that would be really fun. I like the stage defense.
Each enemy is more powerful. Only with true mastery and arsenal will you succeed.
Whee! Oh, that's not the button I meant to push. Oopsies. Legasite harm. Oh, you know what? Actually, if we did a capture Omnia, but with a Legasite harvest, I think that could be neat. You have Breach Surge Garuda, not as a short? Yes. If you give me a few minutes here, I will pull it up for you once I'm done doing this. Everyone's favorite mission type, defection. What's wrong with you? It's a hard nickname to say. Yeah, sorry. I'm just dumb. Doing good, staying out of the cold. Very nice. Come on. Hurry up. Come get your death. Ooh. 400% multiplicative damage. Whee! Whee! Defection is unironically your 3rd most favorite game mode. What's your 1st most favorite? Oh, you know what I would like to see? Omnia Alchemy. Wait, Alchemy already has an Omnia. If you said you farmed Horror normally, would you believe me? Yeah, it's because it's not that hard. a lot of people seem to forget that you can farm Haro normal in the Kuva survival mission. You're one of the weirdos who love spy missions. You know what? People who love spy missions are like a whole nother breed. So I appreciate you. Yeah, you don't need to do defection to farm Haro. A lot of people seem to forget that you can farm Haro in Kuva survival. Alchemy is your favorite Omnia by far? I really like Alchemy. But the thing is, the nice thing is that since other people don't really like Alchemy, it's a really good platform. Because that's where you get the Tennokai mods, and the gold Tennokai mods still go for like 50, 60 platinum. Like, it's really good. Zillant, you're back. Welcome back. How was your lunch? Arbitration fissure? Okay, you know what? That's a little crazy, but I'd be game for it. Trying to get Haro made you realize just how secretly easy the Kuva Fortress Spy mission is, but Haro's not on the Kuva Fortress Spy mission. Ivara's on the Kuva Spy mission, I think. Haro, to my recollections, farming is Kuva Spy drops a Haro park? Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I usually just go with the Kuva survival. I find that that's usually the best one to go for personally, because then you're also farming some Kuva. Hecky, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Sorry, my alerts are not functioning today, but I hope that you had yourself a wonderful stream and welcome on in. How you doing? How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Welcome on in, everybody. As I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. I hope that you had a good day. If you got a raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome and encouraged to do so, because that's what I do every time I'm done streaming. So if you gotta go, you gotta go. Otherwise, for everybody else, sit on tight. What we like to do around here is anytime that we get raided, we like to thank the kind people for sharing their community with us by doing a little giveaway. So we're going to get a giveaway going here in just a few minutes to thank you for the raid. Otherwise, yours was nice and mine not bad so far. Just hanging out, farming our weeklies in Warframe. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll take a free ribbon. Ooh, a melee ribbon. Yeah. Enemies with abilities. Back to the tech rock we go. Off we go. Heckle, thank you very much for the follow. And K-Ryu, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you both. I gotta get back on my posture while I'm standing. The whole point of the standing desk is to try to fix my posture after all, so I do need to work on that a bit. Any recommended setups for Protea? I do have a Protea build on the channel, so if you give me a moment here, I will be able to get you that link.
You know why they call them house scrubbers? Because if you don't know that fast enough, you don't learn what pays.
Wesker, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And Revan, thanks for summoning that link there for me. Let me see if I can get enough time here to just quickly pop this over to the tubes. There you go. There is my Protea build for you. That's focusing largely on her fourth ability, or sorry, her second ability, the turrets, as that's just generally speaking the way that I enjoy playing her. What do people even do with blue shards? Well, blue shards now have more of a purpose with all of these new arcanes. So a lot of people are using blue shards to take advantage of things like arcane persistence, because arcane persistence requires a certain amount of armor in order to activate it. But typically speaking, yeah, you just kind of use blue shards for, like, I use blue shards as energy, so I don't need to use flow on some of my builds. I use blue shards for armor, for builds where I need to have armor for certain mechanics. But yeah, blue shards up until this point were kind of the poor stepchild cleaning the furnace, cleaning the fireplace every day. It was not well enjoyed by most. Tazzy, I think I saw you just come on in. How you doing today? Trash? They have their uses, but generally speaking, you know, we have so many of them and there's not enough uses for them in comparison to the other shards. Like red shards is ability strength and duration and crit stuff and, you know, a bunch of other stuff. Yellow shards, parkour velocity, energy, health spawning, and of course the most important aspect, cast speed increasing. That's my favorite thing in the world, is increasing your cast speed. Okay, I feel like I just need to pop one of these. The enemy spawning is being a little bit finicky here. But you know, they have their uses, but the problem is that, you know, we have so many fewer uses for them than the other shard combinations or other shard colors that it's, you know, not necessarily the greatest thing in the world these days, if I'm being honest. And they probably could use some kind of better benefit, but the game is sort of maturing into a state where those blue shards are becoming more useful. Still not like the most important or things like that, but they are still more useful than they used to be. Press 4, then use 1 to use pyrotechnics. Someone try to press 1. The ability is already in use, which makes no sense. Tau Forge yellow Archon spards for cast speed. Abilities already in use? I'm not certain what would be causing that. I was playing Nezha just last week and I didn't have any issues. So I'm not certain what could be causing that for you. Okay, we're gonna run a little giveaway and an ad break here, and a giveaway to thank Heckle for the raid. So type !join in the Twitch chat to get in for the giveaway. We are giving away a Formal Bundle. Anybody is welcome to join, even on your first message, but it is only on our Twitch chat. And while that giveaway is going, we will be just taking ourselves a quick little ad break so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. Yes, gas clouds. Gas influence. Hey, Akblov, how you doing? The enemy... This tile is always really bad for enemy spawning.
Scrubber's getting choked out.
Like, sometimes some of these tiles are actually really, really solid, and then other times these tiles are real annoying to work with. So I feel like what we're gonna do is we're gonna pop this one and we're gonna move over.
Turns out it's not just house scrubbers being
Oh, is this tile better over here?
See?
Am I wasting my time?
You're on the line.
I was wasting my time. There's a better tile over here.
Use it when you need it, but only if
Hiya! Hiya! And hiya! And kerchow! And that button. There was nobody there for me to do a heavy attack on. Why did you do that? Maybe they died in the animation. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. It doesn't happen all the time as far as you can tell. It seems like it happens most when you have a lot of enemies to use your fourth on. Oh, okay. So yeah. What you are probably experiencing is, are you trying to cast the 2 in between that? So technically speaking, the cast of Nezha's fourth ability doesn't finish casting until all of the possible enemies to be put on spikes are put on spikes. So what you're probably experiencing is attached to that. Where are we for our challenge? We're done. So yeah, what you're probably experiencing is attached to that. I'm doing well, Akblov. How are you today? So Nemesis 4 is a little bit weird because it just sort of like takes time to put people up on the spikes. And because of that time taking to put people up on spikes, it does kind of have a bit of a delay sometimes if there's so many enemies. But if you just sort of be patient, it does clear itself out pretty quickly. 3 duration, 2 cast speed shards is good comp. Not rich enough for Tau Forge though. For what frame? Do you recommend a specific companions? Thanks for the build. Typically speaking, just go with whatever companion makes the most sense for your playstyle. Nautilus, you know, Nautilus or like Panzervopophyla or Feral Predacite or Helmets Charger are all choices that I really enjoy. But usually speaking, the companions don't matter as much. The Garuda build? Yeah, let me put that up for you. Garuda. This is what version of the Garuda? This is the Breach Surge build. Okay, it's Molt Reconstruct for healing yourself and Molt Augmented. And I'm just gonna go feed my cat. I'll be right back. And also get some water. Endrick00. Endrick00, please say something in Twitch chat. Well, specifically your in-game name, please. So that I can send you your prize. Omnom.c. Very cool looking. I like, ooh. Very nice. Big fan of the double blue there. You know what? I usually hate black and red, but I do like that. What about this one? Ooh, also a good one. Actually, that one's really solid. I really like this one a lot. Oh yes, green and pink is a color scheme that more people need to do. Green and pink looks so good. Douche Lord, Adalex. Crit chance, crit damage, plus weapon recoil. Yeah, you can work around that weapon recoil really easily. So that's a fantastic Raven. Looks good to me. Obviously, you could roll something better because you only have 2 stats instead of 3, but you know. Missing adaptation and prime still sure-footed, still forming. Yeah, nothing to say. Looks good. You probably don't need concentration or expertise if I'm being realistic. I would probably drop concentration, and I would probably get some more power strength on here. Just because you don't really need that much duration, you kind of do just duration to comfort. So if this is your comfort level, then totally get it. But typically speaking, you just go for comfort level to certain areas. Does Galvanized Aptitude work on the Kuvazar for direct hits only? So yeah, I would probably just go more power strength than concentration on here. Because then your pillage will be 100% armor stripping because of the amount of strength that you have plus corrosive projection. So I would probably switch that out for Molt Augmented. And if you like having expertise for the extra strength to do his shield values, I understand it because it is kind of hilarious. And Rex 0. Oops. That's not a 0. That's a 0. Oh, I don't need to invite you. What am I doing? You don't need to take that. This is a formal bundle that you won. Sorry about that. Yeah, you don't need to take that. Sorry. I forgot that I was doing ENDREX X0. There you go. Redacted. Korra. It doesn't show the 3 red shards. Okay, yeah, so if you got the 3 red shards there, then yeah, concentration just for 2, whatever makes you happy. Loxviz. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. Very cool looking Korra. I think, would I make any changes? No, probably not actually. I like that a lot. Garuda Prime. Ooh, very nice as well. That color palette looks really good on Garuda actually. I think I would make this darker oh, maybe what no, probably keep it. Maybe like a little bit darker there, right? Like the color that shows up here. But I do like it. Kane, Mirage. We saw the Mirage. We saw the Cali. Orexia. Yeah, see, the problem is with this ephemera, I can't really see what your fashion looks like. So, sorry about that. That ephemera just makes it very difficult to see what's going on in the frame. Ooh, nice. Kind of Scaldra-ish. And that's what you said, Scaldra, very nice. Regulators are not showing up here for some reason. Odd. Odd. Hendrix, your Grand Prime. Okay, so influence, you have enough status chance, you're getting crit damage from your galvanized steel, weeping wounds, condition overload, reach. I don't know if I would go reach. It's got very low follow through. So I don't know if I would go reach. I would probably go like another element on here. Like, this thing is really, really slow, so having some more attack speed through Magnetic Rush might make sense here. And electricity crit chance, minus heavy attack efficiency. Nice, yeah. Not bad at all. Yeah, I like it. Robron Prime, Azal. Exodia Force, melee influence. Yeah, see, I don't really know much about Zaws. Unfortunately, Zaws are just kind of the weapon that I never really paid attention to, so I can't really give you huge recommendations here. But what you have looks like a good melee build, so it probably should be fine. Bonds Boy. The Arax is terminated from Helldivers 2 base. Oh, it's red and black. Actually, that orange looks really nice. Chroma Prime. So I would ditch both of these. If you want to go triple go for armor on here, I would say go triple Umbra, but I'm gonna be realistic with you. The amount of armor that you get from Vex armor, and if you go cold elemental ward, you don't really need cold elemental ward because the amount of armor that you get from Vex armor is just incredible. So like, I would probably not run these. I would probably say like, get yourself some more strength if you have the ability to, and some more duration for these last 2 slots, just so that you don't have to cast things as often. You do have Guardian armor here, which is going to solve your duration for Vex armor, but the extra duration is nice for here, and then any helmet that you decide to put on. Energize for extra energy, battery for your energy capacity. I get away with just 2 blue shards instead of battery, so you could swap this out for some more strength. Kreen should activate Frost Freeze Augment for the 200% crit chance, yes. Because the condition for Biting Frost is the enemies are frozen. And frozen is a stat dictated by the amount of cold stacks on an enemy. Otherwise, Bonds Boy, your build looks good there. What's a good rifle procs, middle, or end game? Rifle procs? What is a good rifle procs? I mean, I don't really know what you're trying to say there. Later, Julian. How you doing? Welcome in. Working for the Latron Incarnate, Keeper Toss. I'd keep it. Yeah, crit chance, crit damage, and then punch through. Punch through is always nice to have. And then this means that you can go into further fire rate if you want to go into, like, instead of using Prime Shred, you can go for, like, Vile Acceleration. So yeah, this is a very nice ribbon. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Now, that said, like, you don't need fire rate on Latron. I just like fire rate on it. Okay, we're gonna go do ETA. What you got for me? Wukong, you say? All right, Wukong it is. Previewed abilities, Radiation, ammo, puncture, every time you take damage, max energy is reduced. Okay, Wukong it is. This is actually going to be pretty easy. Hopefully, theoretically. What do we got here? Enemies attempt to melee Hell Scrubbers. That's all fine. Defense. That's all fine. Exterminate. open up the cache. Okay, that's all easy too. What do we got? Die queue? I'll just use my regular die queue. I'm gonna throw dexterity on here just so I don't have to change out my other die queue build at all. Axomati. And we'll just go here, and by here I mean here. Dexterity, and I guess the Gunson. There we go. Rogue, you want to join? Alrighty. Middle game players or end game players, because you have the Soma Incarnate, but you want to have a better weapon. Anything that has an Incarnate, super good. Latron, Soma, Bursim, Bratton, Gorgon, all fantastic weapons. If you're looking for something that's non-incarnate, I would recommend the Hind. It's a very fun weapon. It's got 3 different fire modes: burst, single shot, full auto. I like playing in the burst mode, and each of them have different stats and play a little bit differently. Yeah, any of those options that I said. Act Bluff, I'd recommend. Okay, I got room for 2 for ETA if anybody wants to join. Fenmore too? Yeah, Fenmore is also very, very good. I always just forget about it.
Rocks.
But again, like any Incarnate will do well. How you doing, Fen?
Make sure we get a gold star on each one.
Okay, we got room for 2 for ETA if anybody wants to join. Who would like to join? Do Elite Temporal Archimedia. I got room for 2. Only rank 11 in Nightwave? It's true. It's true. How dare I only be rank 51 or whatever it is. Just lurking while working? Heck yeah. Dang, are we gonna 2-person this week? You can join as support, but you've beaten it? Well, Saint, if you want to join, come on down. What weapons work good with Zephyr Tornadoes? Anything with like super high status? There's some fun tech with like the Pox and other weapons that use dexterity, or not dexterity, sorry, enervate. There's some weird stuff there. Fred Rico Gumats. Zaqueen, you'll join? Can you remember your in-game name, Zaqueen? Or sorry, it was Queen. Was that you saying that you're not joining? You just sent in a bunch of images. Else I would let me join. What? Okay. EOREIAJD. Okay, there we go. Invites out. Grab your invites when you can. You got your potato-less Haro in ETA, so unfortunate. That just means you get your Haro built out. Why is Sevagoth not nuking? You have both augments and 4. Are you running enough range? Why is it not? There we go. Oh, could not deliver the invite to you. I think you might need to restart your game. Or, hold on, let's try through here. You may need to restart your game there, Saint. Since it says that I'm not able to send you that. Yeah. Need 225% ability strength? Yeah, that's the other side of it. If you don't have enough strength or you don't have enough range, that could be part of your problem. Give you 2 seconds, all good. We're happy to wait. And while we're waiting, we'll take a look at Nocti's Volt here. Okay, fast deflection. You have no other way to regenerate your shields other than circumvent. I would argue that you probably don't need fast deflection if you have arcane circumvent, but I get it. Having enough for this is quite good. Because you'll be moving quite quickly around and you'll be able to get circumvent going. So arguably you probably don't need that. You could go into adaptation instead to boost up your shield values further with arcane circumvent, or just make your shields last longer. Or you can go rolling guard just for sort of status cleanse, a little bit more capabilities there. The rest of your build looks fine. Yeah. As long as you got circumvent here to, you know, protect yourself, you should be pretty good. True damage nuking Sev. Would like to have a word? I mean, that is true damage nuking Sev. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, get your loadout ready because once
That's
you're
what we're
locked in,
talking
I
about.
cannot pull you out the whole run.
Bop, bop, bop. And Hell Scrubs. So we'll throw on just free stickers. Defense. We'll take the burger and old pizza. That doesn't require strength though, doesn't it? I thought you had like had to have like a decent chunk of strength for the 100% like murder of it. That was my understanding. Oh, okay. Here, let me control the mission. Let me control the mission
There's no room
so
for
that we don't
error.
accidentally have that
It's
happen
okay
there.
to Fine. Stand by for temporal.
If you don't run viral, so that's the problem, is the viral. Yeah, I don't really play Zephyroth much. I kind of get bored of nuke builds pretty quickly, so I just don't play them very much. Oh, the minus 50% duration here. Let's do Eternal War so that we don't have to worry about that. Multi-augmented, arcane energize. Yep, should be good. Hopefully. Yeah, okay, we got adaptation, so we should be fine. Should you just end them or just trade to sell them on Warframe.market? On Warframe.market, there's a page called contracts where you can there's a page called contracts where you can sell ribbons and price them and so on and so forth. So no, not persistence on this one. When you play Sevagoth, you just give them the DO colors and maximize the gloom slow. I mean, that's fair. Okay, we gotta run. Can you play Vauban with Breed Surge? Not for this, but I have played Vauban with Breed Surge, and you can see it in the pinned comment there in today's short. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't want ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a server. Otherwise, see you in a second. Want to say hi and ask for a good weapon. Thank you. See you next time. No worries, Zach Love. Take care. And Rogue, whenever you're good, let me know. No rush or pressure, of course. We are chilling like villains. You're excited to play Vauban after the rework? Yeah, I'm really excited for that rework. Just because I always like seeing sort of the older frames get some kinds of improvements and new play and sort of a new lease on life is really fun. Yeah, like even this isn't working. What's going on with Streamlabs here? Yeah, well, whatevs. Yeah, Oberon's rework was honestly a little bit too much, if I'm gonna be honest. That thing was a little bit wild.
Yeah, chemistry was one my thing, but you lead the way.
Just gonna get my energy up for a second. Wukong! Go! Smack, 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 smack. Oh, I am so happy that I switched out Eternal War. This would have been annoying without Eternal War. Yep, switching out for Eternal War was the right call. Ooh, but the minus 50% duration is going to cause us some energy problems. But we should be fine. Should be fine. We're not going to be dying. We got a Revenant. Why? Where are the enemies spawning? Okay, I'm done Holloway heroing. I'm coming back. Honestly, I was just trying to get the enemies to be spawning in better areas here, but that does not seem to be the case. I kind of forgot how not critty this weapon is when you don't have a whole bunch of crit stuff feeding into it. Oh man, I still haven't got my Wukong video out. I have so many scripts like finished and ready to go. I just have been so tired lately. But I'm working on my Degath video and I'm working on the Vobin stuff. You still haven't bought the Wukong skin yet? What? This is one of the most beautiful deluxe skins in the game. How do you not own this? I would argue that this is the most beautiful deluxe skin in the game. The art team freaking killed it. Hey Kyle, how you doing? You know what? I think we should just pop this. Start watching the Bob and rework short and you're happy until you saw Bastille Vortex cap how many exist. Yeah, but the difference is now it's going to be a little bit easier to use. Right? Because because you don't have so many, you're not going to be, you know, you don't, and the, sorry, because Bastille is a, now not going to have an enemy cap to it. For the actual technique of the frame, you do not need to be casting it as often, which is actually also going to help with that. You're just sad about blinding people? Yeah, see, you're the worst kind of person. How dare I not be able to just completely ruin people's eyes? You're the worst. Be ashamed of yourself. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You're not the worst. But do be mindful of your fellow Tennos with all of that. It's part of the reason why in today's short I said that they should maybe look at reducing the VFX of interesting that no Babus are really spawning here. Interesting that we haven't seen any Babus for reducing the cooldowns. Huh. That's interesting. Spammer 4 and 1. That actually caused a seizure in somebody recently. It was part of the reason why Jade's bug actually finally got fixed, is someone straight up had a seizure. It was specifically Jade with her 1 and 4 and her and bright color palettes. That was the cause. So you got to be mindful of your fellow Tenno. What was her bug? Jade was not listening to reduce enemy visual effects or reduce ally visual effects. But it's hilarious, right? I mean, sure, if almost killing someone's hilarious. I know you were kidding, don't worry. I am fully aware that Wannabe Hero was joking there, don't be worried. Oh. Oh, you are far away from us, Queen. There we go. I got you. Slide of darker pads. Yep. I was well aware. Hey, Chris, welcome in. How are you, Immortal? Rolling guard? We got a Revenant in the squad. We got a Revenant with Mesmer Augment in the squad. You can set the first energy color appearance to black if you wish to lower the brightness for other Tendo who are wondering. However, the accessibility option should have fixed it. Yep. Should have fixed it, but I still think that they could probably reduce some of the visual effects in the game with the Photon Strike. Especially since it's going to do 3 shots in rapid succession. I think that's something that they might need to look at personally. If you have high strength on Vauban, you will fling you very far. Yeah, but exactly. That's kind of part of the thing that I would like to see sort of changed up. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of things that make you lose control of your frame. Like, or change the way that you move without sort of like realizing it. But yeah, I would like to see the vector pad get looked at. I think that it's kind of one of those things where it should just be giving you movement speed and give you the weapon damage. But you know, it's DE. They take a look at people's recommendations and commentary on stuff. So maybe we'll see some changes. Say they were limiting the Vortex to 3. Yes, Vortex and Bastille are going to be limited to 3, just like all other abilities in the game right now. Most abilities in the game are getting some kind of limitation to the number of instances you can have of it being active. So both Bastille and Vortex will have 3 each? Question mark? This is the one that I'm doing with influence, right? I am, okay. Oh, and going back to the question that someone asked earlier, what do I think about the new frame? Appearance-wise, I like the way that she looks. I just kind of wish that they hit the random color channels so that we could see a bit more of the details on her unfolding. I really like her. Stuck on a lamp. But obviously, without knowing what her abilities are going to be like, I kind of don't have any opinion outside of, yeah, she looks cool. We don't know what her abilities are going to be doing yet. We don't know how she's going to function. I like the idea and the aesthetic of sort of the ghost painter, if you will, or the haunted painter. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Grimstroke from my old Dota 2 days. Or if not Grimstroke, then like other... you know, sort of like ghost painting stories and things like that are kind of fun and interesting to me. So, Dota, what's that? It's the reason why our new crippling addiction to Deadlock exists. I hope she'll have a better ult helmet. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the helmet. But again, I don't know how that's going to look like once we are be able to take a look at the fashion channels a little bit better. So that's part of my problem is I call it the Storm Raven syndrome. Do you just hear Fen? Are you a Deadlock person too? We can add you to the party. Oh, we got blueprints. Blech. You just reinstalled? Oh no, you poor soul.
But Nessie saw an instance of this concert before she disappeared.
I'm just gonna get my energy up.
I'll watch the chronometer for any fluctuations that might be related to her.
So this is the one where you got to be within 15 meters of an enemy in order for them to take damage. So just keep that in mind. You got to be close up. It's part of the other reason why I took Wukong in this mission. Is Deadlock that good? I don't really play much PvP games now these days, but Deadlock is very much the exception for me. Hey, gamer fan, how you doing? The newest update's such a game changer. Yeah, the new updates actually legitimately really improved the game. The healing in lane now, that's made the game so much more enjoyable. Yeah, the laning phrases doesn't feel terrible anymore, exactly. Every wave of creeps now has a, one of the creeps will give you a heal when you kill it. Can you be a healer? There are support styled heroes, but it's not necessarily like strict support like in Dota. Where in Dota, like certain characters are like very much more support oriented. They're more like, they have supporting aspects, but not straight up supporting. I would say it's more like where WoW healers would be like Dota 2 supports. Healers in Deadlock are more like healers in Deadlock are more like healers in Final Fantasy 14. Right? It's not like your job is to heal and to support, but you're also dealing damage at the same time. So it's sort of that little bit of a difference there, I find. But there is some classes that have like more oriented to being supporty than others, or some characters that are more oriented towards supporting. Paige is your baby, don't steal her from you. We're stealing Paige. Everyone steal Paige. Whenever you're playing with Rue, if you see Rue in your squad, steal Paige. That is the correct and only thing for you to do. And Kirai, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Street Brawl is great for just getting the basics. Yeah, it's kind of fun. If you're looking to just like get the basics going, that new game mode Street Brawl is apparently quite a good one. But you know, like us Dota 2 nerds, we're I mean, it's made by Ice Frog, so there is enough evidence to say that unofficially the lead developer of Deadlock is the same guy as the lead developer of Dota 2. Like enough circumstantial evidence that sort of like says that. Yeah, Magath is actually a very fun frame. Or frame, very fun character. Is Wukong build that you'll be Wukong build? What that will be in the Wukong build in the future? Yes, this is one of them. I'll be doing a few different builds as usual. As usual, whenever I put out build videos, I try to have like 2 or 3 builds at minimum. So this will be one of those added into the mix eventually. Whenever I get around to having time to do stuff. It's just a basic influence Wukong. There's nothing special here. Like, I'm being honest. It's just my twist on that build. I thought this might have been the duplicate build there for a second, and then I saw influence activating. Play with friends kind of game or solo friendly? I would personally, I only play it with friends. I'll only play it when I'm playing with friends. To me, I don't really like PvP games unless I'm playing with friends. Come here, take your lumps. Anyone else experiencing issue? Combo counter drains as soon as you gain it. Are you using his ability? Wrathful Advance? Because that will drain your combo counter when you use it, but like not massively because he has like heavy attack efficiency stuff there. So remember, on the next mission, everybody, we need to do the cache for people in the squad. Hey, May, how you doing today? Come back. Up, 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 up. I keep forgetting I'm playing Wukong. I can just push that button and fly to wherever I need to go. Can Web Embrace work on Nezha? I probably wouldn't use it. Because I think that they counter each other. Just mantle everywhere. Did you watch the VOD for my stream? From the dev stream room? Where I stared longingly into the camera for far too long, saying, yes, yes. Yes. All right, remember we gotta do the cash in here, peeps. So look out for the ephemeron charges when we get into the cash zone. Yeah, I'm really pleased that they're finally taking a look at mantling. I'm really happy. I've been trying to find spots that are like frustrating spots for me so that I can tell Pablo, but I haven't really seen any yet. Or I haven't had any pop up that are like major ones for me. I would probably say the door frames. You can mantle onto door frames. Like there's a bunch of, especially Orcan tile set door frames, those you can just mantle on top of and they're just frustrating.
I can't say exactly why, I just know the math checks out.
I was never much for math, but I trust that you are.
Okay, I'm just gonna get some energy up while I'm looking for ephemeron charges. All right, everybody, gotta run a quick ad break here while we are, so that new people don't get approval ads. So sit tight. See you in a second. Just gonna clear out some of these enemies real quick. There we go. Now I gotta find the rest of these ephemeron charges. You love Warframe so much, but the level no screens just take sometimes so long that missions are almost done. That might be your hardware. That sounds like you are probably on an older console. That's just kind of what's happened sometimes, unfortunately. Either you're loading into a host that's an older console, or you yourself are on an older console. Why do people hate Limbo? Largely because people don't know how to play Limbo and don't know how to play as Limbo, and also Limbo creates lots of opportunities for easy trolling. Especially to new players, it can be a very frustrating experience. Into the cave I go.
What's your excuse,
Yeah, the landing on top of doorways also is something that I wish that they would adjust. Just had a toxin proc on me there, so I want to get rid of that. Where's my brother? Brother! PC? Then what kind of hard drive do you got? Do you know? Do you have like a old, spinning disk drive? Do you got like a NVMe SSD? Or a regular SSD? Because it could just be, like honestly, it's probably just a hardware problem, which sucks, especially considering, AI is ruining anything that looks like happiness and joy in our lives when it comes to PC gaming. Just did your first level cap with Ash. Ash is a really good level cap frame. Really strong. Yeah, the sort of older hardware sometimes takes a little bit long to load in. Gisa, since you're on... Oh yeah, if you were running on an old MSI laptop, then yeah, that's the cause. I hate to say it. for your slow loading screens. That is almost guaranteed to be the cause. What you can do, GG squad, when you go, let me just do this and, oh, I can't, I got so many PMs. But in the sort of, the launcher client, in the top right-hand corner, there's a gear wheel, click on that. In there is an optimize files option. I do that after every 2 hotfixes and after every major patch. And it does improve your loading time. It does 100% guaranteed. We've seen the evidence numerous times. It does improve your loading time. So I would recommend to do that. Optimize your game files, and when you're at it, you should also verify your game integrity, or you verify your game file integrity, which is also another option in that inside of that option panel in the launcher. Highly, you should do that after. You should do that quite frequently.
The future rocks.
Nope, none. I only need one of these stickers left, I think.
Get your loadout ready, because once you're locked in,
Yeah, it's just the super scavenger now for me.
run going to hell.
Just the super scavenger. So let's buy some more stickers. Been framing since 16 and don't think you've ever done that? Do it. It will also decrease the file size of the game itself. So definitely recommend doing it. It's one of the most important. Wow, we just got all duplicates this week. Okay. Rip. All duplicates. We're only fishing for one of the Prex cards here. So it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I think on consoles, there's also options to do that. But it's inside of your consoles, like inside of the game settings, in the landing, like the main, like before you load into the game. I think it's in there, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that exists. I could just be talking out my butt again, but I believe that exists. Believe. Okay, let's take a quick peek at a few people's stuff, and then we will continue on. Noctes. So what do we got here for your Bow Prime? I'm gonna also eat my banana while we're chatting because I need to put some food in me so that I can stream better and be a healthy human. Okay, so you're doing elementalist build, influence build, crit chance, toxin, critical. That's actually quite nice. It's unfortunate that it's toxin because it's a prime toxin mod for melee weapons. Let me finish my banana. Kane, I put shards and all the information that you need for the build inside of the video. You just need to finish watching it. I would probably not run Gladiator Might here. Because you're going for an influence style build, I actually, even though it's very low follow through, I would run range on here. And that's just so that you get more status chances out. The other thing that you don't have here is a neutral source of damage. Like Condition Overload, Prime Pressure Point. So I would actually replace this with Condition Overload or Prime Pressure Point here. Also, since you got Toxin here, switch this out for the Electric 6060. Right now, you're not activating Influence. Right? So switch this to the Electric 6060 or the Electric 90 and switch this out for base damage. Use it with Volt. I would still, so that you don't have to like necessarily use it with Volt, because you already have Toxin here, so that you don't have to just use it on Volt. And that means more electrical damage into Influence, and it gives you more status chance and more status weighting into that as well. I would still, even with that knowledge, I would still run the Electric mod here. So that you don't have to only use it on Volt, you can use it on any frame and get the full effects. That's kind of the way that I always make my weapons and builds, is I always, you know, my goal is that this can be used on any frame, any weapon. So, and honestly, all it is switching out this one mod. But you also don't have any neutral damage here, so something like a Prime Pressure Point or Condition Overload, and that's what I would put here. Okay, your Volt fashion, very nice. I don't know if that's the ephemera I would go for, or sorry, Signet I would go for, just because he's all techie looking. And then having sort of a crown of thorns, if you will, seems a little bit, you know, clashing there. However, on here, it looks really, really good because it just kind of looks demony, evilly to go with the black and red. It's the only Signet you have? Oh, well, don't worry about it. It's not that it looks bad. It does look good. It's just personal. Like, the way that I always take a look at people's stuff here is I give, like, what I would do. It's, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So if you like it the way that you like it, you ignore me. Fred, this looks really, really cool. I think I would tone back that sort of yellowy green there, the highlighter color. Just like a little bit though, but it does look really good. Ooh, I love this Mesa. This is one of my favorite Mesa skins. I love that sentient theme. Well, he's invisible. Sweet Guardian, what you got? Ooh, Vauban. Yeah, the Bonaparte skin. This is a very fun one. Kind of got the funny hat there. Thanks for the tips. You'll be sure to check. Have a good stream. You have yourself a wonderful day. I love that Vauban. Avarictus, what you got? Hydroid, 1 green for corrosive, +3. Okay, we got words about that. Hydroid. Very important. See, Warframe players, reading your abilities, including your passives, is super important. What MR am I? Why are you asking? I'm loser rank 4. Technically loser rank 5, but I'm too lazy to do the test. Whee! Oh, you're a new player? Oh, it's okay. No worries. Welcome on in. People just ask that, and I'm like, why are you asking that? It's such a weird thing. Yeah, yes, I am the equivalent of mastery rank 35. It's once you hit 30, then it goes to legend rank. So I'm legend rank 4, technically 5. Okay, Hydroid's passive means that you will 100% armor strip at 10 corrosive stacks. You do not need a green shard to have corrosive armor strip fully. So definitely. Wait, so you can stack corrosive faster or you can stack more? This will make it stack more, not faster. Am I an OG player? Depends on what you mean by OG. I haven't been since the game started. I started playing 2018, and the game's been out since 2013. No. My Sevagoth? How do you best do your shield gating? Brief or spite? You just do brief or spite. Brief or spite, auger reach, shield gate. Easy. Rolling guard. I don't even run catalyzing shields because you're spamming these abilities frequently. Easy peasy. Whoa, after seeing all the YouTube shorts, finally caught me live. Well, welcome on in. Happy to have you. Oh, my lords. I know. There's a couple focus lens. If you want access to the playlist, feel free to come join our Discord. And I will get you a link for that in just a hot second here. It is on the Discord. There you go. And it's in the Music House playlist. Music House channel. Is it in 2018 when they released Planes? Yes, I started when the Sacrifice was out on PC, but it wasn't out on when the Sacrifice was out on PC, but wasn't out on console yet. Appa, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Nice. Okay, you're good then. Just need to replace your equilibrium mod with a flow via an equilibrium shard. Yeah, probably. Yeah. But also, I don't really play much Sevagoth, so like my build probably is not very good. I'm not gonna lie. I find Sevagoth not that enjoyable to play. But going back to this, yeah. So that corrosive Tau green you don't need. However, if you're going for a caster build with your Hydroid, let's take a look at it. You seem to be playing more of a weapon platform based off of that, and rolling guard, blessing for more health. I would probably go adaptation instead of that, and I would probably recommend, since you do have blessing, you're going to be playing more into your health pool, I would probably run Rousing Plunder. The augment for Rousing Plunder will heal you and also give you a ton of damage to your weapons. And Dawn of Last and Cletus, thank you both for the follows. Welcome in. So I would definitely look into that one there. We just went over the build there, my. Liam's build is very much, I think, very close to my build as well, and also just be careful about, we do have the rule of cross-promotion and self-promotion in the stream. Appreciated. Just keep an eye out for that. You don't have Rousing Plunder? Then when you get Rousing Plunder, that's what I would look at. And you could, like, put Equilibrium into your shards or Flow into blue shards, and that's how you free up the mod slot there. And let's take a look at your Hydroid Prime. Ooh, I like. I'm not a big fan of these shoulders, though. But I just don't like these shoulders in general. They feel, like, really, really bulky to me. Rousing Plunder is very helpful on Hydroid. Yeah, it's a heal on them. It's more armor. It's more damage for your weapons. It is a very, very useful augment for him. Haro, what you got on your name? Very red. Oh, that's a shame that the red on this helmet is so different than the red on the frame. That's really unfortunate. But that does look really, really good. I really, really like it. And actually, I do like the shoulders on this one. I think maybe it's just because Haro has a little bit of a different silhouette because his pant legs pop out more. So it looks a little bit more matchy. Viral Tempest? Yeah, Viral Tempest is fantastic. Just want to show your frame. Yeah, let's take a look. How am I doing today? Not bad, Achilles. How are you? You're going to something else, but when you saw those shoulders, you decided to run with it. Looks good there. Very cool looking Nezha. I love Nezha. I love. Hey, Super Buckshot. You enjoy your lurk. Thanks for saying hi. And let's take a look at your Nezha Prime. So a little bit of range, not running the augment for the 4 rage. So it looks like you're playing melee-ish. Right? Rage is melee? No, primary. Why do you have Nearest Hatred on here? Pyrotechnics over the 2. Okay, so if you are playing Nezha and you're wanting to play around the Pyrotechnics build, you need a lot more range, and you also need the augment for his 4. That's the real tech here. It's when you use Pyrotechnics, it's largely speaking for the Divine Spears. Now, Pyrotechnics is still a very, very good ability, but I would probably recommend switching it over to his first ability. Your status immune with this Archon Flow might just because they don't have Prime Flow. You know, that doesn't, you don't even really pay attention to that. Because Blazing Chakram will generate health and energy orbs for you, and also Fibonacci sequences off of Divine Spears. So you hit someone with Divine Spears, it splits, those split, those split, those split, those split, and will generate a swathe of health and energy orbs for you. So if you're wanting to play around with Pyrotechnics, I would maybe recommend putting it over here. And I would probably recommend keeping Blazing Chakram because of that health and energy regeneration and sustainability there. You are running Energize, so you shouldn't really have huge energy problems. And of course, you also have Flow here, so you have very high maximum energy. Archon Stretch can be activated by companions, so that's very strong here. I would probably say swap this out for an Equilibrium at the very least, so that you get some extra energy regeneration there, or Purple Shards, of course. Alternatively, Divine Retribution's Augment, but then you would have to build more into range. Can you play melee Nezha with dual Ichor? Yeah, of course you can. If you take a look at my Nezha builds, I run Kulvo Wrathful Advance using heavy attacks that have guaranteed slash procs. But you can also, like Rogue said, play the game however you want to play. But I do like the build. You'll be very, very tanky. But if you want to go more into the nuke styling build, you would probably want to be getting more range and of course the augment. Okay, let us go off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Prime Flow and Archon Flow are the exact same stats of energy. They requires 2 more energy mod capacity. So, you know, and if you don't have access to Prime Flow yet because you just had bad luck with Borrow, just go for it. That's one of the really cool things about the Archon mods is that you got alternatives and options. Ooh, Ureli or Temple, you say. Or Titania, if I feel like being real lazy. Maybe I play Titania. What do we got? Survival, Disruption, Alchemy. What are my weapon options here? Do I want to play Temple or do I want to play... Oh man, I got 3 good ones. I don't really have a good secondary weapon to play with Ureli here. I could go the Nell, but then like that's a little bit hard to land those headshots on here. Very excited for the Bubonico. Yeah, the Bubonico is really, really good. The bot didn't post it? It's right there. No Kuva Brahma build? Nah, I just haven't really messed around with that weapon in a long time, so I haven't gotten a build out for it. I need to re-look at it, see what I want to do with it. I kind of feel like just playing Temple. What do I got here? Ability duration is reduced by 50%. Transference is blocked. Gear can't be used. Shield recharge increased by 500%. So the only one here that I don't really want that for Temple is the ability duration. The rest of these are fine. I would have low energy, which would be problematic. Stellar, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Redacted, Zerat, okay. Zerat, can you remind me your in-game name? I kind of feel like playing Temple. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. I want to play Temple. And we'll throw on our Sibar, Sabar, not Sidar. We'll throw on the Nell. Friendly Zerat, thank you. Okay, we got room for one more for EDA, if anybody wants to join. And I suppose just throw on the Lasra. I'll just throw on the Lasra. Okay, we got room for one more for EDA. Yeah, I'm really curious what they're gonna do with the Ghoul Saw as well. I really hope that they give it some like neat initial, like a neat unique trait to play into the slash stuff. That'd be quite fun. Do you have to use them? You're encouraged to use them because the more of these parameters that you meet, the better loot you get. So when I click this, see it goes up, it goes up, it goes up. And these are a part of that as well. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you a second. You're trying to make a Prime Acuity on Burst and Prime. You run Deadhead, Galv Elemental, Scope Serration, Critical Delay, Rifle Elementals. Is that good enough? I mean, yeah, it should be fine. Fourth, if you have the ability to, send it to me in game. It's easier to sort of take a look at builds in game than sort of through text like that. At least it is for me. Anybody else for EDA? We got room for one. Kilroy, man. How you doing? Let's wait for this ad break to be over and see if we can find ourselves a fourth. Do you need to unlock Elite first by using all first? Do you only have to do it once? Yes, you only have to do it once to unlock Elite. Yeah. Rousing Plunder, does it heal 50 every time or does it scale in some way? Here. I go over there in the Health Tank Hydroid short there. It scales with power strength and it scales also with the amount of corrosive stacks on the enemy when you cast it. Okay, we got room for one for EDA. Elite Deep Archimedia. Still rank 4 with the caveat. Oh, man. Oh, man. But don't worry, you'll get there. It's pretty quick. It's pretty quick and easy. Oh, speaking of, let's go check what Burb's got. Burb! No, Burb! I don't know if we're up. Okay. Last call for EDA. We got room for one. Last call. Anyone want to join us? Otherwise, we'll just go do it with 3 people. We'll just do it with 3. You can join for EDA, but you've already done it? Well, if you want to join, just come on down. Just come join us for the fun of it, Stellar. What's your in-game name? I'm happy to have you if you want to join. AW_stellar. There we go. We gotcha. For frames, and the thing we have is random, yeah, so it'll tell you what parameters in order to get the most amount of loot. The more of these that you match, the more loot you get. So that's why you bring frames and weapons that are shown here and turn on these difficulty modifiers, basically. And you get more loot out of it. I have no idea how this is going to go for me. I could be the weak link here today. We'll find out. You should always offer at least one that you own in each row, though. Yeah, that's from what I know. How long would you say it takes to get Noko? That farm can be a little bit hard, and a little bit long. It's not too bad, but one important thing to note is that if you're doing the Steel Path alerts or the Steel Path bounties, these Steel Path bounties have. Oh, my camera is off. The Steel Path gives you random bounties, right? So it's one of the 3 random bounties, and each of those give you different different options.
Prevent enemy vandalization while I get things under control from
So, like, for instance, it might be on the rotation giving you just the blueprint, or like the main blueprint, or other things like that. Okay, I'm gonna have real energy problems here. I just realized this. I have just realized this. I'm gonna have really bad energy problems this mission. Because I don't have gear wheel or... Okay. Should we just restart here, squad? Since we're already down someone? Yeah, let's just restart. Let's just restart. You gotta watch out for the little guys on the ground. They will drain your health and kill you. Cannot stand still.
Samples over here, if you please.
Just make sure you ain't stand still. Hey, Blue, how you doing? And you know what? Oh, man. I kind of feel like less ability duration might actually be better for me here. Instead of the gear embargo. Standing still? Yeah! I'm really enjoying the standing desk, actually. It's really helping me a lot. You got brief respite if you need shield gating? Yeah, it's not shield gating is my problem. It's the problem is one of these enemies, the little red ghosty guys that you can't kill, they will melt your health pool through your shields. They drain your health, and that's what happened probably to both of you. You can't stand still in missions with that modifier. You have to be moving around. Yeah, the Limnus ghosts. They drain health and energy? Yep. So even more so, you need to be not standing right there. You need to be actively moving in the mission. Incarnate for the Magistar, should you use it on the base Magistar or the Sancti Magistar? I throw it on the Sancti. There is arguments to be using it on the normal because of the because of your like some of the evolution upgrades. So there is an argument to be using it on the normal version. But I just like using the Sancti because of all the buffs that the Sancti also gives you. status, chance to be status immune or ignore status effects, and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. So I would just usually I would just recommend to be running the Sancti personally. I find that it's usually better. But at the end of the day, it always kind of depends on how you like to play, right? Oh right, I forgot to get impetus going here. The extra efficiency. But the enemies are being a little slow on spawning today. Oh no, oh no, oh, these frame spikes. Interesting. Why am I getting frame spikes? Why am I getting frame spikes in here? Oh. Okay, there we go. Modes. Couldn't agree more about the thing you said. Hope someone gets to see it. Yeah, I mean, that'd be nice. Like, I think that a few things there would really improve Oven's playstyle overall. But it's kind of one of those things where if they choose to go that route or not, at the end of the day, those are all just my personal opinions and my own personal, you know, being like, this is what I would enjoy if changed, if I had the sort of the say in it. But at the end of the day, they're gonna do what they think is best, and maybe there's reasons that like some of the things that I recommended would be not doable for one reason or another. Back to this down. Okay, the minus duration is kind of screwing me a bit, but at least I started the mission with higher energy, so I will take that change there. We probably should be killing enemies around the life support pods here where we're able to, because we are kind of having some life support problems here. So try to kill enemies close to the life support pods if we're able to. Oh, we also got Noko Bright on it here. That makes life a lot easier. Didn't realize that we had that. Whee! Melt. Ah, what damage attenuation? Vector pad is a little bit of troll is nice, but the LOS check with Vortex, holy, you pay for that. Can't use it in ESO, can't use it in Cascade, can't use it in a lot of missions, even defense missions. Which is part of the reason why I think that an LOS check on that would actually be really, really useful. But again, you know, maybe they see different reasonings for that and have different ideas for it. So maybe there's a reason for them to be not doing that. Ah, get away. You mean enemies or Vauban? I mean Vauban's ability. If you want more context and information, go watch today's short. Everything you need is hiding in there. Okay, we gotta run right to extract here. Get to extract. Do you think his 3 will be good? Photon Strike? I think that it's gonna be better. The fact that it's gonna be dealing double damage to Overguard is really, really strong. The double damage to Overguard is actually really, really good. Single blast proc? Yeah, but if it's double damage to Overguard, and depending on the amount of damage, a single blast proc should be probably fine. Right? Also, you gotta remember with the augment, it'll be hitting 3 times. Also, they didn't say how many procs, they just said it was a forced proc, so maybe it'll be more, maybe it'll be less, like maybe it'll be more than 1. Obviously, we don't know until the 11th of what their plans are for that. Oh. There we go. What's the thing here? 2 necromechs. That's it. 2 necromechs. Yeah, I think that is one, being more spread out like that is going to be really, really beneficial for him. For them. Or for him. Him. Sorry, I had a brain fart moment, don't mind me. I was playing Temple, I'm like, wait a second, Temple's they. What am I doing? I'm like, wait a second, no, we're talking about Vauban. What am I doing? Okay, white's over here. That away, eh? Pop. Enjoy your crits. Pop. 5 stream streak. Heck yeah, wannabe. Thank you so much. Does the Lex Incarnate have infinite punch through? No, it does not. It has 1.5 meter, 1.2 meter punch through natively. Which is one of the main differences between its wave, its energy projectile with other weapons with energy projectiles. Oh, I need to cast this. I almost died. That would have been bad. Oh, we got that one over there. So excited for the Vauban rework. You're ready to be called the Vauban main again? True. Well, I mean, Vauban rework looks really nice. Melt. Oh, it's a reference to the plague times, Cardi. If they're gonna keep the cap on Bastille off, yeah, that's kind of something I'm interested in too. Where they're gonna go with that? Oh, I found one of the keys. Oh no, I didn't. I found the point where this key that someone has is coming to. I see. I see. Melt. Yay for crit vulnerability from overdrive. It makes killing those bosses super easy. Whee, crits. Whee, crits. Okay, we just need one more key and we got it. And let's just run on over this way. Melt. Melt. Well, also don't forget that a Prime Resurgence is coincidentally ending at the same time that that patch is coming out. So I have a sneaky suspicion that we'll be seeing a sneaky suspicion that we'll see a Vauban in Resurgence with that patch. What survey? Yeah, they're like sending out just little player surveys every once in a while. I get them every once in a while as well. Yeah, those are pretty standard. It's like, hey, how you liking Warframe today? I actually get them fairly frequently. I probably get them like twice a month. We have the key. They always do Resurgence? No. It's not a theory. It was more me just kidding around when I was saying that. That was just me kidding around. They definitely planned that. Without a doubt. They definitely planned that. Man. Doesn't it get annoying to do everything in beat with Temple? Not for me. It's usually not that big of a deal for me, at least. And it's like you get some bonuses for doing it on beat, but it's not like you need to do it on beat. When's Goss and Grendel Deluxe? Goss and Grendel Deluxe is with the Shadowgrapher in March. Okay, I gotta run some quick ad breaks here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. And we're almost good. I will go this way. Blood Rush gives you more crit chance on combo multiplier on your already existing CC on your crit melee. Yeah, so it's like a mod. So just imagine that you're getting 440% when you're at max rank, or when you're at max stacks of combo counter. Okay, let us head off to Extract and get our next thing going. Yo, Zos, how you doing today? And for a Lex Riven, you're looking for like the usual crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. Feeling sick? Well, I hope that you feel better. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. Atlas or Limbo, who are you cheering from your orbiter? Vauban? Maybe. Not certain. Sagak Prime can't seem to build it to be powerful enough for the Steel Path. It's all right. It's got a neat, unique trait. And I do have a build for it, which you can see if you type !port Sagak. The nice bot will summon you the link for it. Apollo, thank you very much for the 4 months Prime. Appreciate you. How you doing today? Oh, this is the one where we gotta throw the amphers, right? Yes. In order to remove their defenses. Well, if you're here on Tuesdays, you're always welcome to come and join us, Legend. We do those every Tuesday together as a community. Heat there. Electricity there. Electricity there. Yeah, I don't got a Wukong short out yet. I'm working on a Wukong build video. I just haven't had time to get it finished off yet. The drop bag? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the drops? Yeah, I got a blue. Mostly because you're a shit disturber. Rufus. Disappointing. Disappointed. I'm both mad and disappointed. Yeah, my frames are real something today. What's going on with that? No, no Avara short. She's a frame that I just don't like. She, I find that her playstyle for me and the way that I enjoy playing Warframe just isn't what I'm looking for. Doesn't mean that she's bad, just not a frame that I enjoy. There's some like fun tech with her. No worries, bro. It's all good. All is well. Do I have a favorite frame? Yeah, my go-to frame is Nezha. Although I'm someone who usually says like I've got top 5 frames, so like Nezha's one of them. Uriel, Nezha, Caliban, things like that. How do I feel about Varuna? I don't really play much Varuna, but she is very good. Like Varuna is very, very strong. I just don't play much Varuna. It's not about the mission is hard, but when you need solo stuff to do all the work for you. Yeah. All right. Grab some heat and toxin on our way by. You almost done with your furry build for Varuna? If you know, you know. Oh no. You don't think Master Race is something you should be saying in 2026? No, probably not. I was gonna let it slide. But I appreciate you being cognizant of it. That Warframe is ridiculous? Oh yeah, she's great. I just don't play her very much. I'm not really much for the hit and run playstyle of her. But that doesn't mean that she's bad. She's very, very good. It's just sort of like a playstyle preference thing for me. She's incredibly, incredibly strong. And sorry everybody, my stream element seems to be broken today. Okay. What the hell is that? Why am I getting vacuumed into a nothing there? Why is that? What is going on? Why is there a vacuum portal in there? Huh. Oh, the mission debuff? Okay. All right. I did not notice that. I don't think I've ever seen that mission debuff ever before, actually. Shizzy, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Super appreciate you. I'm sorry that my alerts are broken today, so you didn't get a nice little fun thing show up on screen for you, but don't worry, I still appreciate you nonetheless. And I hope you're doing well. Thank you for supporting the community. Anyone got Bezo bucks out there? Anyone got your Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime sub? Remember, you are legally obliged and allowed, encouraged even, to steal money from Jeff Bezos every month. Enjoy the chargeback? Yeah. I know someone who's done that before. It's like, oh, I can't get thanks from the streamer, man. I'm just not gonna refund my sub. Just kind of looked at that person and was like, are you okay? Do you have so little in your life that that's something that's that important to you? Like me. That's just petty. Yeah, some people are. I mean, that's just humanity, unfortunately. As a Raya, probably mispronounced that, but thank you so much for your Prime Gaming sub. And thank you for the hype train. If you want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community. Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime sub, biddies, sound alerts, you know, any of that good stuff. Get yourself a Gertie Goose. Kill a Priest, welcome on in. Thanks so much for your Prime sub. Again, my apologies for no fun little thing popping up on screen, but I appreciate you nonetheless. And if we get one more sub, then we get emotes for everybody. Well, for everybody who, you know, participated. I'm gonna sit down for a bit. My back is hurting. Are we staying in Nether Cells? Yeah, we'll do the Nether Cell together too. I got 2 Tau Forge Red. Woohoo! Woohoo! Down we go. All right, stay in the squad. We'll go do this here. Phenom, thank you very much for the 5 months Prime. And Redacted for the Discord notification, you jerk. Gets me every time. I want to play some Nezha. Yeah, let's play some Nezha. Ooh, and this is a good opportunity. I can throw a form on my Nezha too. And as I said, Phenom, thank you very much. And Redacted for the biddies. Every time you swear, it's true. It gets me every time as well. It's the worst for me because, like, I'm always expecting to be getting messages while I'm streaming from, like, mods or people being like, hey, or, you know, stuff like that. So for me, it's just like, oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let's go do this here. Yeah, so during the quest to conquer cancer, one of the stretch goals was 100 formers on my Nezha, so I'm trying to get that done. I'm a little bit slow on it, but I'm getting it done. I did promise. Forbidden, thank you very much for following. Welcome in. And if anybody else wants in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emo. Help support the community. If you got those Bezo bucks, those Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime subs, or, you know, gifted subs, or biddies, or sound alerts, or anything like that. You only been got by it once? I get by it all the time. How you doing today, Forbidden? What you up to? You just saw that my Nezha has 472 forma? Yeah, so it's a part of a challenge from the Quest to Conquer Cancer. Charity fundraiser during October, and I've just been slowly working away getting all my forma on there. You missed the 69 and you missed the 67. You don't care about the 6-7? You're no fun. How dare you? The 69 is the important one, true and real. Does putting forma past 7 do anything? I mean, it, you know, puts more polarities on mods, but no, nothing interesting. Damage cap using Divine Retribution with something other than Affliction's Harmony. You've been trying to find something. Like to hit damage cap, you'd probably be looking at like Pyrotechnics with some form of grouping function. so you can get more enemies. One of you needs to hit okay. Stellar, has the thing not shown up here for you? That sometimes happens. There we go. You'll be happy when 6-7 goes the way of the fidget spinner and bottle flipping, but I have the fidget spinner right on my desk right now. How dare you? Thought you accepted? It's all good. It happens. Not even a problem. Would I put a Forma slot, Omniforma in every slot? That's the plan with the last couple of Forma for the build, or for the challenge. Anything that's not an Umbral Forma is gonna get an Omni. At least the bottle flipping just like harmless fun, you know? The bottle flipping's just there for the memes. Same with 6-7 to be fair. Alright everybody, you got another minute to get in on the hype train if you want in to get yourself a cool little emote. Help support the community, no pressure of course. Yeah, exactly. It's like a monotonous thing that you do when you're just sort of like waiting for something, you know? It's like us when yo-yos were a big thing when we were kids. The millennials. Us unks, we old. One thing, Saturn 9 good? Yeah, Saturn 9's actually really good. Saturn 9's got some really interesting tech to him. Because of the ammo resupply function that he has. Nawaz, thank you very much for your Prime Gaming sub. Super appreciate you. You aren't old, you just turned 25. That's basically dead at this point. Still cool? Me? No, that's a lie. Why would you lie to people like that? Me? Cool? Absolutely not. Thank you to Nawaz, Phenom, Killer Priest, Azaraya, and Chizzy, and Redacted for the hype train. Appreciate y'all. Enjoy your cool little emotes. What emotes did y'all get? Don't forget, you gotta kill things while we're inside of the circle, so just make sure that you're staying inside of the circle, but you all are doing that, so, you know, it doesn't matter, but just sort of as a general reminder, because that's what I do. But yeah, for damage capping on Nezha, I would say like the Harmony tech is probably the best way. There is some slam tech with the... What's the one that like, did they fix the Mire tech with slamming? Or the dark sword with toxin slamming? You're welcome, buddy. You're coming again. Good night from France. Au revoir. I'm I'm Canadian, so I have like a little tiny bit of French. Just a little bit. Not like I don't know very much French. I'm not lying, but I barely know any French. But I'm always happy to have people from everywhere and anywhere here. I'm like 99% certain that Tabernacle is mainly a French Canadian thing. I don't think that that's something that they say in Parisian French. Like 99%. Myra and Bow Slam work as well for damage cap? Yeah, so it's usually the slam type builds. Sal, just wait until I get out of this mission and I'll send you a Discord, a link. Enemies have to be a high enough level to not die from the initial hit. Well, so the idea is that you don't really care about the afflictions with that build. Because you are spreading the toxin clocks through divine retribution, so you don't necessarily need afflictions. And in fact, I don't think afflictions works with divine retribution because I don't think that the knocking them up on spears allows for that. That's what my brain wants to tell me, but I don't remember if that's true or not. I haven't done that in a while. Try to get for someone else so you can trade? Yeah, no worries. I'll get it to you in a bit.
What's going on with... Christ. Trying to lock this thing down. Take him out. You ain't got all day.
It does. Afflictions works through Divine Retributions. I always forgot if that one did. So then, yeah, Afflictions would be another very, very good route. No, it's just one of those things where, like, Divine Retribution's got some really weird tech with some stuff. So it's just kind of one of those things where I'm, you know, not remembering all of the things. I also don't do slam builds, and I also generally play Nezha as a caster. I don't really play him as a weapon platform style. Of course, the weapon platform style works incredibly well, and that's why 2 of the builds of the 7 builds, which you can get access to by typing !Nezha, are Demon Slayer character. It's more to do with Illidan Stormrage from World of Warcraft. And once I get out of here, I will get you that Discord link to make your life a little bit easier. So just give me a moment. Patience is all you need. All you need is patience. Now you kind of want that Illidan fashion? Yeah, it's kind of what I was going for. And then I've changed it over the years to make the purple brighter. This was a Tactical Potato fashion, for the record. I stole this years and years and years ago from Tactical Potato's video and made it my own. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. You heard it's the opposite. It's more of a classic, classic MMO, right? So like, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars, Elder Scrolls Online, the more classic MMO experience, if you will. And yes, Flynn, I did know about Deadlock, and I want to play more Deadlock.
One must. Our guest.
I want to play more Deadlock.
A fresh opportunity to continue Maria Albright's work. This old company is always welcome.
Only affect enemies or from caches too. To my knowledge, it's only enemies. But as always, been wrong before, be wrong again. TennoCon. 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 It's coming. What do we got? Wannabe hero for my Nezha. Fumble bundle. Thanks. Let's see. What do we got here? We got an Archon hunt. It is a yellow shard mobile defense showdown. So that's not too hard. What about Descendia? What do we got this week? We got an Eidolon lens. All right. Okay, let's take a look at a few people's things and then we'll go do the next stuff. Is Destiny 2 free, by the way? Not really. No. You have to buy every expansion. It's free to try. Yeah, as Fen said there, free to try. Free to open the menu. Yeah, basically. Bungie's economy is very different than the way Warframe does it. Let's put it that way. Compressor. Blue, you'll join for the Archon hunt? Okay, just give me a few minutes to take a look at stuff and I'll shoot you an invite. Compressor. Multi-shot, critical damage, heat. Holy crap, that's a outrageously good ribbon. The minus reload speed is like nothing. Extra multi-shot, more heat damage, so that you can do heat inherent stuff. You're feeding it into blast. And what are you doing? Corrosive blast? Yeah, nice. That's really, really solid. Elementalist, Target Cracker. Yeah, this looks great. Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to say here. The only thing that you might want to think about is instead of going Blast, you might want to go all in on the Heat and go Magnetic Might here. Because then that'll give you more critical damage. And also help you deal with Overguard and Shields. Like, this build is going to work incredibly well, but you might want to try that out just to see how it plays. I think what you have here, though, is very, very strong. Uzi. And your Dagath. Ooh, super tasty looking. I like that. Sort of the neutral tones with that super bright pink cutting through. Like, Manasur guy. Varuna. So you're running a relatively low range Varuna. Most people run a higher range, but you should be fine here. Impetus for extra strength and efficiency. Equilibrium to solve your energy with Lycat's Hunt. Molt augmented. Yeah, looks good to me. I would maybe run more range on here. Like, I would offload the Prime Flow into some blue shards. Because you've got such low base energy, 2 blue shards is getting you pretty close to what a Prime Flow does. So you could switch that out and get some more range on here if you felt like doing that. But honestly, you don't really need to. What you have there is really, really strong. And usually, people run, or alternatively, you could also do the equilibrium into purple shards. Usually people run higher range, but they also run the Shroud, the Dinar Augment, and then go crazy with that. But I think what you have here is really, really strong. And then you run 4 strength and 1 max energy shard. I would say you probably don't need the max energy shard if you have this guy. I would say, like, go either 2 max energy shards or Prime Flow. Because with Equilibrium and Archon Stretch, you should not be having any energy problems with Lycat's Hunt. So you could offload energy into just shards if you feel like it, but, like, honestly, you're probably fine. Bonds Boy. Here's a different look for Chroma build. Let's take a peek. Ooh, I do like that. Yeah, that sort of greeny yellow on the metallics looks really, really nice. Did we take a look at your Chroma Prime build earlier? Yes, we did. Zerat, Nefri, melee animosity, the extra critical chance on your next heavy attack, Discipline's Merit. Because you're running Discipline's Merit, or because you're running animosity, you might want to switch to the other one. Yes, you're going to be... So, the logic behind what I'm saying is you'll be getting less Tennokai opportunities, but you'll be doing bigger crits when you do have Tennokai active. So that's kind of the idea of what I'm saying there. Now, this is going to be your sauce for your pasta. You have 80% follow through, so reach makes sense. You got large amount of critical chance, and then this is just your toxin mod. And then what? You're running heat viral on here? Because it comes with heat base. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. That's neat. Does be neat. Did we take a look at your Nova? We didn't, but I love... Oh my gosh, that looks really, really good. That ephemera goes really, really well with this skin. I always keep forgetting to put that ephemera on the wireframe ephemera. Rogue, your Revenant. Green. Yeah, people need to embrace black and green. Reject black and red. Embrace black and green. Whose Uriel is this? Adversarius, your Uriel. High range, high strength, decent range, Aegis. I would say don't use Aegis here. I would switch Aegis off to be Molt Augmented or Kamisado. The reason why is you're going to be casting Remedium fairly frequently because you're running Archon Intensify, and this does generate both your health and shields. So you probably don't need Aegis here. This is more your survivability button than anything else. Now, if you're using it for the multiple layers of survivability, I do understand that reasoning, but I would probably switch that around. Also, for what it's worth, like, a lot of these aren't being active baseline, like these two aren't being active baseline, but the nice thing is, like, they replaced their prime variants, and you just may not have the prime variants yet. Archon Stretch can be activated by Companion, all of his damage is heat damage, so this makes sense, and Archon Vitality gets procced by Remedium healing your allies, which is really easy to do because you just cast Demonium, and then you cast Remedium, and you get Archon Intensify activated. So the only thing I would really say is to swap this out for more, for like Molt Augmented. Otherwise, the rest of your build looks great. Nova, that's the way I play Nova. It's not the only way, it's just the way I play. Zephyr, pyrotechnics into the tornado tech. This is actually really, really powerful. This is obnoxiously strong. Adaptation, blind rage, reach, so high range, high strength, decent duration. Yeah, looks good. Yep. Looks good to me. Build with her too? Oh yeah, the build with her too is really, really good. Because with her 2 and her augment for her 2, you end up getting such a huge amount of damage. What are the ways that she can be played? I mean, just like any Warframe, she can be played in many different ways. Right? She's a great weapon platform because she increases your damage, she has high survivability, she has good energy regeneration because of her passive, and health regeneration because of her passive. She can be played as a weapon platform, she can be played as a caster. A little bit of either or. I like the build. Looks good to me. I would say that you probably don't need mold efficiency here, though. Like, I'm not so certain about mold efficiency. I would probably... Nah, not impetus. Does impetus activate off of the tornado's inheriting status effects from weapons? Sorry, give me a second here. Just want to see if this is the cause of it. No, it's not. Nope, it's not. Weird. Weird. Okay, but no, the build looks great there, Riaz. Electrical Elemental Ward. I feel like the Electrical Elemental Ward isn't going to be enough shields, really. You're not going to be generating a ton of shields. So, like, I would have some concerns about survivability here by putting this over the 2 or putting this over the 1. It's going to be boosting up your shield maximum. I guess if you just have, like, Arcane Aegis and then you have a companion to activate it there. Right? Expertise for more shields. Without the E-Ward, yeah, it's not about the amount of shields. It's the fact that you don't have a way to regenerate shields. That's more the comment that I'm making. You don't really have a way to regenerate your shields here. Like, Aegis can do it and can help with that. And, like, the discharging electricity back at enemies is also pretty good because then that means that, like, you lock them down, you got adaptation to make your shields last longer, and you are running Lasting Covenant, so you won't be able to use Covenant as your emergency survivability function, which is kind of problematic, but should be fine. Hey, Dapper, how you doing? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Okay, Georgia, what you got? Ooh, pink. Ooh. I like that. I think I would add another color into the armor. Like, one of these color channels, maybe a little bit brighter. So that you get some definition in the grays. Blue! A Super Vandal. Fun. Debilitate on the Super Vandal. Why do you got Vital Sense on here? You have no crit chance. That's my only question for you. Because you're not going into crits at all here. Although, you know what could be really good on here? Is either the magnetic or the radiation mod. Because you're already going debilitate. Or you're using Haro? Okay, so yeah, if you're using this with Haro. Yeah, so if you're using this specifically with Haro, then yeah. But if you're not using it with Haro, then I would swap this out to either the magnetic or radiation mod. Or maybe Elementalist, because you got, you know, the 3 of the damage ticks there, and then also blast and also slash. So I'd probably swap that out for Elementalist. Or, again, one of the other combo elemental mods. But it does look good. Other than that, I would say probably switch out ammo drums for vigilante armaments. Your ammo maximum is not going to be super important. But also, ammo drums are good times. Debilitate on the Phantasm. Yeah, this is another weapon that I wanted to give Debilitate a try on. I did give it a try on, I should say. It's very, very good. Magnetic Strafe, Toxin, so literally just free corrosive. That's awesome. And also status chance. That's hilarious. That's a really fun ribbon. Here's corrosive, the Riven. Save yourself 2 mod slots, hell yeah. Get yourself free magnetic on here. Yeah, so you got radiation, magnetic, blast, corrosive. Again, elementalist is a very good choice here. Very nice. Also increasing the magazine capacity on here is kind of nice too. Yeah. Where are you getting the radiation from? Do you have any... Oh, point blank. I was wondering where you're getting the bonus damage for radiation. The Mark 1 Furus. Lol. Yeah, looks good. Looks good to me. Evan, what you got? Latron, Merciless, Shred. You have no crit chance, but you got lots of... So this needs to be your crit chance mod. You got lots of critical damage, but you don't have any pasta for your sauce. So get some pasta on here. Otherwise, the best of your build looks good. And that ribbon looks nice too. Damage, crit damage, status chance. Very nice ribbon. G-Slayer. Can Meg be used with the Vesper 77 and the AX52? The Vesper 77 does have some tech with her because the gas clouds. The AX52, it's just a good weapon, right? So, yeah, I mean, she's a weapon platformer, so any weapon's good. This is a really, really good looking Saren. That's really cool. I like that a lot. That's fun. Riaz, your boy. Tried out my Uriel suggestions. Feels good. Oh, good. I'm glad. No, I don't got a Meg video out yet. Or short. Ravage. Where's your crit chance? Critical deceleration. Blaze. I'd run Blaze. Instead of Blaze, I'd run the 60-60. Instead of that. Multi-shot, damage, weapon recoiled. Weapon recoil's nice, and the other 2 stats are perfectly fine. The multi-shots, or the multi-shot can be quite good on here. Yeah, it looks good. Nothing really to say. Nothing really to say on that. Okay, Blue, you said you want to join for the Archon hunt? Riaz, you'll join? You up for the Archon hunt or Descendia? Well, Cardi, come on down. Okay, I'm just gonna, we got an ad break coming up in a minute here, but I gotta run to the washroom anyway, so I'm gonna just run to the washroom and run this ad break. So we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads, otherwise it takes. See you in a second. I shot you an invite. Did it not go out? Bring whatever horror you want to bring. Doesn't matter to me. Bring whatever makes you happy, Riaz. I think it's finally time for me to admit it. I need to buy a new chair. And that makes me so sad.
The fastest way to locate the Soul's Archons is to upload me to Narmer's systems. I shall be strong where he was not. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
Oh, just a nice chill mobile defense to get us started. Hey, Elspia, how you doing?
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take
Nice and easy, relaxing time. Burp. Just give him a bop. Is energy reduction in Temple Moria affect Hildren's shield? Is her shield's energy?
continue to defend.
Ooh. Not to my knowledge, at least. That wouldn't change anything. She just uses her shields as energy, but they are not strictly energy.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
So many status effects. Holy smokes.
We are finished here. Move on.
Taking a look to make sure someone picked it up. We're good. Someone was smart and picked up the thingy. So I can just run over here.
Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
What? Oh, the stupid sentient resistance. You jerks. For what? What did I? No. You can't do that. We went over this. That's illegal behavior. You can't just say thanks for no reason. You gotta tell me why. You're a criminal. Criminal behavior. You're a great streamer. I don't think that's what you're saying thank you for. I think you're just trying to be a shit disturber again. I don't believe you. I can't believe anything you say. I'm a terrible streamer. That's what Rue's trying to tell me. Damn, Rue, how could you be so mean? Barp, 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 barp. One day you'll get the paid chatter emote in this chat. I mean, we could probably get that figured out. Could do something like that. But it would be locked under a tier 3 emote because then it would be a paid chatter. You paid to be a chatter. That actually would be pretty funny.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
There's a paid chatter emote.
Here is a
You just gotta be tier 3 subbed.
Get me in and get ready to defend.
Actually, more and more that I think about that, that's hilarious.
This will take a moment.
You're welcome, we're printing money. True. Man, I am just not playing well again as usual. Can't land my abilities to save my life. Damn sentient resistance stuff.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Pop, pop. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, these damn sentients making it so my poor heat procs don't motor people. Damn. What's the next mission? A defense? Alright, that's not too hard.
I have the Archon's trail. The hunt can begin.
thought that was an enemy. It was just a box. Do I got a Haro config? I got a number of Haros. Gotta go grab some fruit. Your charcuterie board lunch made your body demand actual nutrients. Hey, there's nutrients in a charcuterie board lunch. How dare you? There's some nutrients in there. Allegedly. Blue, you don't have a level 30 frame on. I don't know. Did anyone extend it? Yeah, it's now 5 months and 28 days. Aren't figs a part of a full charcuterie board? Yeah, that's like something that looks like fruit on there. Evade on Haro? Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun build. Wasn't it 6 months? Yeah, and then time goes on, and then the number goes down. So now it's 5 months and 28 days. Because 2 days happened, so it was 6 months minus 2. Today would be 27, that goes up to 28.
Keep the specialist alive.
Numbers. How do they work?
Scans should reveal Narmer's purpose in this sector.
Oh, I probably should have popped that down here. Oh well.
And what of your purpose, Natar? Were you silent and to be witness to these putrid beasts? Which of us truly needs to see?
Come get your violence. You know I can't do math? True. What is math even? What even is math? Whee! Oh, there's like nobody nearby to die. Yo, Octo. How you doing? Math, is it tasty? I've heard that it's quite good. I've heard allegedly. Yeah, the problem with the evade build is that it isn't the best for when you're playing in a group play unless you bring a Scourge to get the headshots for you. It is more of a finickier build. Like you gotta sort of be planning out a little bit more with it. Do you think the odd sentient nemesis in Tau? I feel like that's probably eventually gonna happen, but the question is when. I think that yes, but the question is more when, not if. Because people really do love the adversary system, so I could see that coming. You actually finish your Pyro Ninja build and it's fun? Yeah. There's a reason why I love Ninja so much. He's really good. Sentient cores that I'll never use. Tasty. Tasty sentient cores. Where's this fatty? Oh. Oh, right here. I'm dumb. That's where.
Yeah. Scan's about half done, I reckon.
Come on. As to survivability, I mean, invisibility is invincibility, as they say. So, yeah. And then you have extra shields because I run Condemn on that build, the way I play it. So you're basically shield tanking / shield gating through Condemn / being invisible. So yeah, just like any other invisibility frame, nearly unkillable if you play right. More sentient cores that I won't use. Tasty.
And I shall serve as shepherd and minister.
With that build, you definitely want to be running higher range. Can't remember how much range I was running on that horror build. Arguably, probably not enough. Because I usually will just go for high strength on Haro. But that's also because I'm really used to doing his cooldown management and his duration management, because he is very much one of those frames where you just duration to comfort level and strength other than that. But on the evade build, you probably want to have more duration. But I'm just used to running. Chipper's a bit stuck. Hey, you know what? He's fine there. He's doing great. He's doing the Lord's work. Oops, oops, oops. Man, I'm just sleepy. I ain't playing good. Story of my life. Drink more coffee. You're gonna head to bed? No worries. Thanks for swinging by saying hi. I hope you have yourself a good sleep. We'll catch you tomorrow or whenever you next swing on by. Hope you have a good day at work.
There you go.
Ba-ba-ba-da.
Hornets and all.
Ba-ba-ba.
Ready as a mutton dinner.
The scans are complete, Tenno.
Can I just interrupt you? Yes, I can. Pro tip of Warframe: if people are yapping, open up Nightwave. It'll stop them from yapping, and then progress things faster. Yo, Beef, how you doing today? Okay, I'm just gonna close my window. Get a little delay here. Ooh, sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy. Ooh. Is augmented okay over Pistolier? Kind of depends on the weapon you're going for. Like I was using in the video, I was using the Nell, so I was getting my, you know, I didn't need Pistolier, but if you're wanting to play Pistolier, yeah, absolutely. You don't need a, like, you only need as much strength as you want on there, right? Hey, Ace, how you doing today? What's up, dude? Happy to see you as always. Pop, a bop. Hop, 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 hop. Ah, flashbang. Become delete.
Those eyes can kill.
Those eyes can kill. Minus 16 out, so you enjoyed the cold? Sheesh. I'm doing really well. I'm a little bit sleepy today. I think I gotta go talk to my doctor. I think there's something wrong. I'm going to be. Whee! What am I going to be? I'm gonna be a real streamer when I grow up. It's leftover sleep debt from not sleeping all Saturday. Why didn't you sleep all Saturday? Oh, I still got the nail on. Oops. Just goes. There we go. There we go. Let me in. You're up all night. Delirious was a really good friend. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Why is there a single node missing? I think that Noko's Bright Bonnet bounties count as a node, so I think you have to do those. I'm gonna get a VTuber model? Oh, no. No, I'm not that cool. Swing and a miss.
Naira has the guile to seduce an era like this.
I mean, I would clearly be doing a red panda. Like, let's be real here. We all know it. If I were ever to do a VTuber model, it would be a red panda. It would only be a red panda. What bounties? Noko's bounties. They're in Fortuna. So that might be what you're missing. When you spawn into Fortuna, when you first enter Fortuna through like the navigation, there is immediately to your left. So like you step in, you spawn, turn left by about 115 degrees, and there's a vent there with a bunch of mushrooms covering it. So you just got to go in there and do some bounties in there. Was Nell Prime given this loadout to me? It gives that I forgot to take it off from when I was using it for ETA and EDA. That's what it does. Yeah. It's purely because I forgot to take it off. You got a Tau Forged? Hell yeah. You're not bothering with the ETA EDA this time? It wasn't that bad. Not this week, for me at least. I got some weird options though. I had like Temple for EDA, and I forgot what the other one was. What did I have for? Oh, I had Wukong for ETA. All of your options were stuff that you just don't have built out. Ah, yes. That's always kind of part of the problem with ETA, EDA. You gotta bring your armory up a bit for those types of missions. Orange. All right, Mr. Green Skull. Take a look at your rhino. Ooh, that's kind of giving me like a opal, kind of like a green opal vibes there. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. Uriel. Okay. The only thing that I see major problems here, this doesn't really do much for you on Uriel. This only increases the damage that Golfagor does when he's lashed with somebody's face, and the very small chain tick damage per second for Katranak. I wouldn't recommend using Summer's Wrath. It's not very good here. You have to think of his minions being more, Uriel's minions being more, more like a caster. They're not like other minions where they're actively doing damage. They're bringing assistance to you, right? Think of it more in that direction. Arcane Intensify, yeah, but you know, obviously, if they don't have it, if they had it, it would probably be on here, or an Umbral Intensify. They may just might not have it yet, which was my assumption. But absolutely, yes. Arcane Intensify instead of regular Intensify, because healing your minions with Remedium does activate Arcane Intensify, meaning that you would get 60% power strength rather than 30. Adaptation definitely makes sense. More survivability is always good, and then you can use this to top off your health and shields, which is super nice. Good chunk of range. This is how I like to play it as well. The only real thing that I would say is make sure that you have purple Archon shards on your frame so that the health orb spawned by Golfagor solves all of your energy problems. And then you got concentration, multi-augmented, concentration for more duration that you can feed into any of his abilities, and multi-augmented for just more power strength. Obviously, get these maxed out when you can. Otherwise, looks good. Yeah, no, I just assumed that they didn't have it yet. But maybe they do have it, and I'm wrong. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to a sub to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Indeed, you don't have it? Yeah, so when you get it, there's a goal for you. Still getting all the Archon mods? Yeah. Archon Intensify is good on, like, very specific frames. It's not the most important one for you to grab. Like, I would grab Archon Stretch before Archon Intensify. Sorry, I was just checking my YouTube comments while we were waiting there. Okay, who would like to join me for Descendia? But clearly, I need to put on my Uriel. If we're playing Descendia. Okay, I got room for 3. Who wants to join me? Descendia. Speak up, Erzman. Rue, do you want to join? Nah, Rue gets nepotism. Sorry, y'all. Nope, Rue gets nepotism. Fenrir Thigh Mat. Okay, so Fenrir, I'm gonna grab Thigh Mat. and then we'll grab you for something else, okay? Because Thighmat is relatively new to the channel, so we want to give them a little bit of a chance to come and play here. You knew there were favorites here? Absolutely there's favorites here. Yeah, we have nepotism. Only sometimes, though. And yeah, Fenrir, you're on deck, and we'll grab you for the next one, okay? I appreciate your patience and understanding. I don't get to play with Rue very often, so I want to, you know, whenever I get the chance, I'll take the opportunity to. Let's just grab my Sicarus. What am I doing with my life? Okina. You see the rest of your Bulwark arcanes? Ooh, Bulwark. Ooh. Ace, now you're working? Okay, apparently it only works if you give 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Ace, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very, very kind of you. I appreciate the heck out of you. And I hope you're having yourself a good day. It only works for you because you're awesome? True! Hold on, can someone... Okay, if you aren't following the channel yet, I actually do need your help. You can unfollow right away if you want to. But if you could hit follow, because I want to see if this is working or not. What? It literally is only working. Okay, anyone, if you have a Prime Gaming sub and you haven't used it yet, I legitimately am now like, should we follow then unfollow? No, that will actually mess things up. If you don't want to stay followed, what the hell? It literally is a pay to get your... Okay, I need to figure out why that's happening. I am sorry. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, Thighmat. That is incredibly generous of you. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know why it's not functioning. I appreciate the gifted sub. Definitely didn't need to do that. I was just like, if anyone's got the spare Bezo bucks to help me test. I apologize for the alerts not working properly, but I do appreciate the support nonetheless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very frustrating. Why is it only on 5 gifted subs? Weird, because it wasn't working on raids either. Okay, well, I'll need to look into why that's happening. I apologize. Thank you very much for the generosity. I apologize for everybody who's following and whatnot, but thank you very much for the attempt to help me with that and figure out what's going on here. Sarkodine, Mira, Izum, sorry, Fruitcake, Dalen, thank you all. Yeah, I don't know. It's, Stream Elements is apparently have just decided that anything below 5 gifted subs is not worthy of congratulating or saying thank you to. I'm getting real sick of Stream Elements, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I might have to find a new system. I'm really, really getting annoyed with it. I might have to find a new platform to sort of handle everything. Do we have good alternatives? There are other alternatives, and like I could just loop it all through Twitch if I wanted to. But yeah, there's not really great alternatives, annoyingly. At least, not that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure that there are others. Seeing people using OBS? Yeah, so OBS, Stream Elements uses OBS. Stream Elements and OBS are basically the same thing. But Stream Elements handles a lot of the overlay stuff for streaming throughout their system. So, like, my notifications that pop up are supposed to be Stream Elements, but for some reason it's just not showing anything under 5 gifted subs. I'm actually livid. I'm really pissed off, actually. So I'm gonna have to figure out why that's happening. The sub goal bar is also not working. Yeah, I noticed that too. So I'm legitimately annoyed at it. I'm not gonna lie. Because I appreciate everyone whenever they follow, because, you know, sure, it doesn't cost you anything, but it's still appreciated. And, you know, it's just nice, and I like to thank people for doing that, and it just kind of feels like the right thing to do, and it's not working, and it makes me really, really annoyed. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually really kind of upset that that's working like that today. So, hopefully they'll get that fixed, I guess. I'll have to figure out tonight. What are you doing, bud? You okay? Oh, right, you gotta shoot the little glass things on the side. Strun. Yes. Oh, I'm playing Uriel. I should have been using my Sobek for the bonus heat damage. That would have been smart. Hey, Vermilion, how you doing today? Whee! Did that shells get affected by the heat damage from Demonian runes? Yes. Same with like Cyto 9's resupply or Raxia's Silken Stride. It will transfer over as an additional damage instance over to there. What if Streamlabs has issues on their side? Yeah, it might just be issues on their side today. They tend to, honestly, they tend to break down every once in a while. Just the so it could just be like a tech issue where it's not registering stuff that's below a 5 gifted or something. That's just very frustrating. Do you have a Furious short? Yeah, type !Furious and you'll get hot little hands. The other problem is all my commands are currently set up in Stream Elements. So, like, I still need to use Stream Elements unless I want to redo all my commands, which, like, honestly, if I need to, I'll do it. It'd be a lot to swap out. Yeah, about 500 commands. It would be quite a lot, actually, to sub out. Brightbonnet on Haro is kind of nice. Yeah, Brightbonnet on Haro is actually really good. Because you just... It's about 500 commands I've got. Okay, maybe not 500. Certainly around 300. Because I don't do every single short in a command, right? If it's a new short, like borrow, I don't do that. And if it's like just sort of like a dev stream recap, I usually don't do a sub command for that. Or not sub command, a stream elements command for that. But like any weapon build, any Warframe build, any concept information that people will need, like how arcanes, how to farm arcanes and things like that. So I don't want to dismount. What are we doing? Racing? No, I wasn't paying attention. No, I failed miserably. Go, little horsey, go! Yeah, you just put it over the 3 because your energy generator, you know, you use Brightbonnet as your energy generator and not something else. Managed to get 3 colors on your energy and emissive? Just 3 different colors between the 2 sections? Boy. Yeah, I'll take a look at it when I'm done here, obviously. Bonjour, bonjour, mes amis.
And did you think little Marie had left your
Brightbonnet's also broken on Mesa. Brightbonnet's good for any, like, Brightbonnet's just good for anybody. Are you a frame that needs energy and more power strength? Here's Brightbonnet. Enjoy your life.
we will endure.
Like, it's just good for anybody. Yeah, Ace, I'm gonna be doing that short probably in the next few days. Which, Ace, do you mind if I just sort of mention, like, I'll just say Ace. Thanks to community member Ace for checking out this build. Is that okay with you? You know, just people's privacy and all that jazz, you know. I like to respect people's privacy when and where I'm able to. Because that's the right thing to do. Hey, these nuts. How you doing? Let's go over here, here, here. Yes, visual effects. Where are we at? Might as well just refill these up a bit here. Just goes, just goes. Hiya! Pop. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Ooh, Jade Eximus Cabal. That's kind of interesting. What are we doing here? Alchemy? Sure, I love alchemy. Should you max prime flow or continuity? Continuity. There's very few times where you need to have the prime flow maxed out fully. I forgot this was an alchemy. I was doing the thing that I always forget, that I always complain to people about, is playing the objectives. It's in such a weird spot. Is the rule to say how long you stay in a game with an inactive player until a certain amount of how long you stay friends? Not to my knowledge. I mean, I typically will filter out people who haven't, like, on my friends list if you haven't logged in for 3 months. But that's mainly just because my friends list gets filled out very quickly because I'm a streamer, so people send me friend requests all the time. You doing something with Octavia? Ooh, very fun. I mean, did you make that as a personal rule? It's not so much a personal rule as just sort of a consequence of the fact of the friends list having limited numbers. Like, I can only have, you know, 500 people on my friends list, so I eventually need to cycle people out. So it's just the reality of the friends list limitations more than anything else. Why am I getting knocked back? Weird. Like, I'm happy to keep people on my friends list for as long as possible, but at a certain point, you know, if someone hasn't been on for 6 months or 3 months or however long I decide to run it for, it's just kind of the reality is that I have to, you know, I've got over 300 people. I was at the max until like 3 or 4 days ago when I did another quick clean. So however much that was. Like, I gotta clean out my friends list every couple of weeks because so many people send me friend requests and stuff. 23rd from Platt, wondering if you could receive it. It's completely nothing to do with me. That's on when DE sends it out, which I'm not certain when that's going to be sent out. Most likely next week. When it's the DE sponsored or DE sort of allocated giveaways for the official Warframe content creators, they usually send them out in batches. So it's just kind of whenever they send it out. I'm not certain when. But it is coming. I did submit it. I did have your name. I submitted it over the weekend, so You know, maybe they'll do it a bit early, but I probably assume that it's going to be more like sometime next week. Probably the 3rd or the 4th of February. Somewhere in that way. And as a reminder, just in case anyone, you know, if you ever win personal platinum like that from Digital Extremes, it is personal platinum, meaning that it can only be used in the marketplace. You cannot trade with it, and you cannot use it to gift items to other players. So just keep that in mind, that it's not a tradable plat, it is personal platinum. Because a lot of people forget that that's what I always say during the giveaways. Be like, 75 personal platinum courtesy of Digital Extremes. You also can't use it to buy Tenogen? Yeah. Wow, they moved that from one extreme to the other. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, that went from one extreme to the other. The bar thing. You know what? Remedium should heal your companions. Because a certain amount of revenue. Yep. So, because Tenogen is made by creators, like artists. It is something that you do have to pay for. Oh, is this Goomba Stomp? No, it's frictionless. But I don't have any friction, including no ability to move. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny, actually. I've never seen that modifier before. Hold on, look at this, look at this. It actually takes gravity into effect, so you can slide down the stairs. Okay, that's actually really cool. Hey, Grim, how you doing today? Mods, can we get a shout out for Grim, please? Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. You know, we'll be right back in a second. Oh, we're Jason Statham in that one movie with the cars. Not that movie with the cars with Jason Statham. The other movie with the cars and Jason Statham. No, not that one. The other one. Yeah, Transporter, that one. Fastest run you've had so far? Yeah. The Italian Job? No. That one didn't have Jason Statham in it. Wait, did that one have Jason Statham in it? Crap, now I can't remember if that one had Jason Statham in it.
Rummage through my things. Take what you need.
How are you? Oh, you brought Zaku. I'm like, wait a second. How are you breaking all the boxes? I didn't see the Zaku. Also, interestingly enough, my loot radar's not working in here fully. Huh. Interesting. My loot radar just isn't working at all. Yeah, it's the transporter. No, the transporter is the right thing. So far, spent all afternoon rearranging your room to make more space for things. Heck yeah. I need to like clean out my random tech nightmare in my closet. Sure, whatevs. Do all DE employees play the game? I think a large portion of them do. I don't know if all of them do, but a large portion does. I'm just gonna run to the washroom while we're waiting here. I'll be right back. You really like Warframe? Yeah, hate better.
Sur path.
Hey, you guys did it. Do I have Excalibur Prime? Nope. I didn't play the game when Founders was active. I was too busy raiding World of Warcraft back then. Oh, it's the map bug back again. Oh. Do we have somebody running Banshee's ability? Are any of you running Banshee's ability here? What's the map bug? Banshee's ability will occasionally make it so that enemies don't show up on your minimap. So you gotta open up your minimap and back. So it basically turns off enemy radar and loot radar too. Yeah, I don't remember if it's silence or if it's Banshee's other ability, because I know that it happens all the time whenever I'm playing with a Banshee. I just can't remember what's exactly causing it. You just want the Mag and Frost heirlooms? I know, me too. It's like the one thing that DE has ever done that's like super FOMO-y. And the community revolted, so then they stopped, you know, they were stopped planning on doing those things. Oh?
No, Marie, take heart. Our friends will defend.
That's a lot of defenses this run, holy crap. I see an enemy. There you are. And I see another enemy. And there they are. And I see another one. And that's all they wrote. Yeah, I kind of hope that they bring back that they kind of do it the way they did with the Tentacon stuff. Ah, I see. Zaku's fourth. I see. Whee! You like Zaku? Zaku's good. Zaku real good.
It's all right. There are only phantoms, so it cannot truly harm you.
It's another alchemy. What the? What the? What are we doing? Corrosive?
Did we finally figure out how to make gold from lead? Magnifique.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, we haven't ever gotten a Kulivo fight. I guess this is kind of how the RNG do it works, right? Any more toxin? Hello? Okay, well, there's some electric. Where are the enemies? No, that's not the color I wanted. I want green. Give green. Give green. 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 No, no green. All right. Nope, no green. What are my thoughts on the High Guard? Haven't played it, haven't looked at it. I have zero thoughts. I don't know. It exists, all right. It's real. That's about all the information I got. It exists. Hey, Witcher, how's the farmage? You'll be around eating some warm food. Rice with peanut butter and teriyaki and cashews. Ooh, sounds good. What are the thoughts on Sasquatch? Real and terrifying. I mean, I'll test out anything. If there was enough interest in the community for me to go check out High Guard, I would, but I'm not much of a PvP person. Thoughts on Terra? I've never played Terra, so I have no thoughts. Easy peasy. What are my thoughts on sushi? It's one of my favorite meals to have. I love sushi. Wow, we got 300 Ignia there. Holy crap. Sheesh. Sheesh. Need to stop slacking on Purita? Yeah, I need to actually get Purita done too. I just got super burned out on the event. I only did like 29 runs. GG. Okay, Riaz, what you got? Haro, Bright Bonnet. Yeah, Bright Bonnet over the 3, adaptation, expertise, Aegis. Yeah, I like this build a lot better. Again, I would say you probably don't need Aegis, right? Because you just be using this. It's a one-handed action, doesn't interrupt anything. You can do it while in the air. I would probably just, you know, not use Aegis. Probably either more strength or more duration, depending on what you're feeling. But I think what you have here is really solid. For the evade build, yep, this is basically how I run it. I think I got Rolling Guard on mine instead. Just for the emergency backup for the invisibility. But also you have Condemn, so it doesn't really matter. You're not liking the farm for base Gyre. RNG does not like you. Yeah, the RNG in that one is a little bit rough sometimes. Haven't felt the desire to grind Purita outside of Uriel and Vigobus. It's still worthwhile to do it because these mods on your Tectolite artifact, these mods here that you can put on your artifact affect your amp. So like that affects your amp, that affects your amp, that affects your amp. Like all of these affect your amp except for obviously this one because it's just for the tower on strike. Like these mods affect your amp, so it's definitely worthwhile to at least unlock one for the most like common school that you use. Purita isn't the Virial or the Vincubus, that's Ascendia. That also, yes. So what changes for the bright bonnet? I mean, I would just say that you probably don't need Aegis there. That's my only real thing that I would say. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Between the energy and the efficiency colors, so you kind of got the green or emissive colors, so you got green, blue, and orange in there. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Caliban. Okay, so the only thing with this build that I'm noticing here is because you're running Nourish, keep in mind that Nourish does water down the status procs of Lethal Progeny. So they're more likely to be applying Nourish than they are Electric, with almost guaranteed that'll be the case. So just keep that in mind. So if you're wanting to play more into the Electric stuff, you may want to switch off of Nourish into something else. You're never really going to have energy supply problems because Razor Dryer regenerates so much energy for you. So you shouldn't really ever have energy problems. But what you have here is really, really good. I just sort of keep in mind that if you're wanting to play around the Electric status procs of Razor Mortar with the Ortholists, that you may not be constantly activating electricity or doing electric damage just because of the way that status dilution works in Warframe. So you're going to be more likely to activate viral than electric here. I typically just prefer having just pure electric here, so like I would go with like Roar or like Mirage's Eclipse or something like that over Nourish, but honestly, it's like you're not going to be going wrong with Nourish. It's purely personal preference. Did you already share your Saren build? Great question. That's an excellent question. Heat, multi-shot damage, minus magazine capacity, fantastic. Very, very nice. This negative doesn't do anything. You're usually using the Epitaph for some kind of status priming. So this plays into Heat Inherent. The extra multi-shot's nice. The extra damage is nice. Yep. You could obviously get something probably like you don't necessarily need this damage here. Like if you had Heat, multi-shot, and status chance would probably be better, but like I wouldn't change this. I think that's really good. Blue, Haro. No Helmet, Concentration, Circumvent. I guess Circumvent's just your emergency backup survivability because you're running Lasting Covenant. I just use Covenant on cooldown. That's the way I prefer to play. Otherwise, the rest of this looks good, yeah. I would probably say that because you got Concentration here, you don't need to be going so hard into your duration, and you do want to have some range for your Condemn. So I would probably drop Narrow-Minded, so that you can get some range into your Condemn, so you can get your shield generation up a little bit easier, so that you aren't leaning fully on Arcane Circumvent as your only real survivability method. And instead of that, I would either go more, like, instead of this, I would probably maybe a Stretch, Archon Stretch, can be activated by Companion. So that's the only thing I would really say, Blue. Is I think because you got Concentration here, you don't necessarily need Narrow-Minded. And that's kind of where I'm at with that. But I do think this is very strong. What's your horror look like? Ooh, yes, that's good colors. Yes, yes. But you take what you can get on the Epitaph Ribbon. Honestly, I think that ribbon's really, really solid, Vermilion. Tesla Nervos Octavia. Yeah, I'll be taking a look at a lot of Tesla Nervos build when the Tesla Nervos comes out, because I think that there could be a fun Tesla Nervos Nezha Divine Spears build. I think that could be very interesting. Spreading the electricity damage, and then when they blow people up, does a lot of damage. You're looking at the wiki for the missions, and it says augments will still function. Does that include syndicate weapon augments? Yes, all augments. To my recollection, all augments. Aced, I love that. That looks really cool. Oh, Ace, that looks beautiful, actually. I really, really love that. That's very nice. Glaive, you're Saren. Okay, Roar over the 4, high range, probably more range than you really need, because typically speaking, when you put Roar over the 4, you're playing more for the melee. So I would probably drop Overextended into just like some base range, and then get that extra strength that you're losing to Overextended into Roar, and also your other abilities that give you weapon damage. Aegis and plus Multi Augmented. The only thing that you may want to keep an eye out for is making sure that you have like auger mods on your pistol for shield generation. For shield gating shenanigans. Otherwise, I think what you have here is really good. But I would probably drop the Overextended just for like a stretch. You don't need a ton of range on here. Had to find your charger? No worries, Iron. Welcome back. Yeah, I would probably say some... I would probably drop overextended, personally. Kuvasobek. Acid Shells, Savvy, Blight. Yep, so typical crit status hybrid Acid Shells build. Yep. Looks good to me. And your Mesa fashion. Scaldra Mesa. I like. Mask, what you got? Ooh, nice combi. I like the purple and the pink. I like. Also good choice with that sort of vibrant gold there. Iron, okay, fine, we'll take a look. Tau Forge blue for armor, Tau Forge green for corrosive ability damage. So does that get you enough armor so that you can do persistent stuff? Hopefully? Yeah, okay. And then you got Saz Cleanse with Molt, so you don't ever need to worry about it. Regenerative Molt for extra healing. I assume you're running this for heat for the extra health, and Blessing for more health. The only thing to keep in mind is that Molt is a static percentage of health regeneration, right? It's not percentage, it's static amount, my apologies, non-percentage. So you got to watch out for that for your survivability. You may be better off running Grace rather than Blessing here. Maybe. Molt draws aggro? Yeah, and that's the other side, is that Molt will heal you and also cause enemies to not pay attention to you so that the healing can kick in more. So just keep that in mind. But honestly, this build looks really cool. This is very similar to what I was going to be going with Saren. For a Saren health tank build. Night Redacted, thanks for hanging out today. It's really fun, actually. Yeah, I'm sure it would be very fun. Mask of Mute, Comey, Grace is a filler slot, testing out arcanes. Persistence, Grace, Blood Altar. Yeah, I would say because you have Blood Altar, I would say you probably don't need Grace here. Blood Altar does a lot of health. A lot of health. And like with Persistence, if you have Blood Altar, you're never gonna die, basically, especially since you have Onomori here. The only thing that you got to watch out for is status effects, because status effects will turn off your abilities and you don't have any status protection here from magnetic or slash, because magnetic will turn off persistence and slash will go through persistence. So that's the only thing that you got to look out for. But like, you should be fine. Should be, theoretically. Looks good though. Okay, gotta run an ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to a sub to a sharpo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Bye. You're being nursed back to health soon? Hey, back you go. How dare you? How dare you say me with your stupid thing and the stuff? Huh? What do you think? You can just come in here, tell me about Saren? Sheesh. I'm kidding. How you doing today? Pretty good. Hope I'm well too. Yeah, I'm doing really good. I'm just a little bit sleepy today. I don't know why I'm so tired. Time for you to grab some sleep? Maybe time for me to go grab some sleep. Holy crap. Sheesh. Maybe the weather? Yeah, we've been having some real bad weather here. Especially with like, I get air pressure migraines. So whenever like weather changes up, I get some like, I get bad headaches and I don't sleep well. So we've been getting some pretty crazy weather here in the city. What's the time on my end? It's like 5:15. In the morning. No. PM. Missouri's been going through winter hell. Yeah, Canada sends its regards. Canada, here in Toronto, we've been getting some pretty weird weather. Like we got 80 centimeters of snow a few days back, which is like what, 2.5 feet. A little bit more than 2.5. Starting to get a snowstorm over here now. Uh-oh. We got so much snow too. Yeah, it's real bad. So much snow. I'm just gonna finish eating this orange. Day 2, everything closed. Yeah, that was basically the same here. I tried to order a pizza and was like, this is closed. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'm just not eating today. You have a build idea? Can you share it? Yeah, sure. Gonna go nap? No worries, Witcher. Go rest, go relax. Gonna finish my orange. Nom, 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 nom. SoCal's been fine. Yeah, it's easier on the other side of the mountains. Okay. Fenrir, are you here? Fenrir, are you around? And would you like to join me for a conjunctive survival Omnia Fissure? You're still upset Archon continuity doesn't proc on Toxic Lash? I know. It's sad. Okay, we got room for 2 for a Omnia survival. Hi, Mira. How you doing? You want to come join me for an Omnia survival, Mira? Riaz, you'll ball? Riaz, you're on deck because you were with us relatively recently. Fender, can you remind me your in-game name? But we'll grab you for one in a bit here. Riaz. You can wait? Perfect. Fenrir, can you just remind me what your in-game name is? I forget how many underscores it is. Soren Kitsune, what's your in-game name? Soreno Kitsune. Can you just send me a private message? There we go. You have too many underscores in your name. Give you 2 minutes to log in. Came home 30 minutes ago. Perfect. So we'll grab you. And then we'll grab you. And Vermilion and Riaz are on deck. Okay, so Volt melee build, Okina Prime Incarnate with melee Kareen, slap Amalgam Pistol mods on the secondary for parkour velocity, and lastly Arcane Circumvent and Arcane Ice Storm basically solve all the survivability issues on Volt. Yeah, that's, I mean, I think that works really well. Wait a second. Isn't that a Rue glyph? You have the legendary Rue glyph and I don't? Why don't I have the Rue glyph? What the hell? Where's my nepotism, Rue? Where's my nepotism, Rue? Where's my Rue glyph? Not that I would use it because I have the partner glyph. What's the Rue glyph? This is the Rue glyph. Rue used to be a professional streamer. But now he's a professional streamer. He retired from being a professional streamer to become a professional streamer. Yeah, the inexpensive gamer glyph from way back in the day. That's who Rue was way back. In a previous life. How does one require the Rue glyph? You don't. Anymore. How am I feeling today? I'm really tired today. I'm really, really tired today. But I'm doing well otherwise. How you doing today, Krumpy? But what if we want to be like Rue? You can't be like Rue, sorry. You can't be a professional streamer to retire to be a professional streamer. That's like Rue's whole shtick. Literally illegal. Oh, this isn't the one I meant to click on, but sure, we'll do this one.
Underestimate them at your peril.
Now that you said that, Krumpy, I should stand up some more. I don't need to be sitting.
Are you confident you can withstand their fury?
Eating cereals and watching Zenos. The vibe? Hell yeah, what kind of cereal?
The
aims to choke you out. Not today. Life support capsule.
There we go. Okay, let's go find a room together, pretend we're friends, hold hands, get loot, etc., etc. Run-of-the-mill chocolate? Ooh, I do love chocolate. I mean, this room's not bad for us to start in. Your basic biche? You know what? I appreciate that. I do love just meat and chocolates.
We're going to need more reactors.
Whee! These cats are keeping you from working? How dare those cats? Those sweet, fluffy babies. How dare those sweet, fluffy babies? You got your first Incarnate, the Lex? Ooh, the Lex is a very good Incarnate weapon. I love the Lex. Let's see if we can find ourselves a bit of a better room here. That room's fine. It's not the best, though. It doesn't look like we've gotten any options down this way. Oh, here we go. Chat, let's hang out in here. You got a crazy strong ribbon on the Lex? Ooh. What's the ceramic dagger Incarnate do? I think that's got some projectiles when you do I forget if it's a heavy attack or a slide attack. Whee! Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on down. Just gonna stand here and shoot them, so hopefully it forces them to spawn in this room. Oh, if you stay in this room and you just shoot into that hallway, it'll force them to spawn in, like, down the other doorways rather than spawning around that room. So you want to, like, try to stay in this room to try to force the spawns in here. That's all I was doing there, was trying to force the enemies to spawn this way. I still don't have a glyph. Although, that said, I also don't have... I haven't gotten a glyph made for the creator glyph program. You regret not going for the Strong Incarnate last week? The Strong Incarnate is hands down my favorite primary Incarnate. Dual Ichor? I think I've got a Dual Ichor build on the channel. Nothing's changed for the Dual Ichor. Any build from like 24, basically any build from 2015 will still be fine for the Dual Ichor because yeah, nothing's really changed for it. Nothing's changed for it. Still basically the exact same weapon it used to be. Ah, I got the extra range. I see. Whee! Whee! You're real. Yes. Bop, bop, bop. What do I think about Kulivo? Fantastic frame. Incredibly strong, good for basically making any melee weapon crit. Good survivability, does start to fall off, and does have some problems the higher levels you go. But you can certainly play around it pretty easily. Overguard, just in general, starts to have problems the higher enemy levels that you go. So if you're looking to do like endurance stuff, you just gotta like be a little bit more careful, because especially even with his augment for his 4th ability, it's not really super guaranteed that it will maintain your survivability due to the dagger flight time and overguard gating. The overguard gating time does cause some problems for that build, but it's certainly not bad. He's certainly one of the strongest melee frames in the game. Very, very strong, high damage output, good survivability, good utility. He's also good as like a sniper frame, believe it or not, because of Collective Curse. Collective Curse is wildly good. If you're going for a sniper build. If you're going for a melee build, I don't use Collective Curse because I'm too busy killing everything. Any tactics to do ETA, EDA with ease? Yeah, don't do it early in the week. If you're having problems, don't do it early in the week. And the reason why is that you can spend the week getting your loadout ready. So take a look Sunday night, what you have options-wise, and then spend a few days, if you need to, putting forma, making builds, whatever you need. And so you don't have to be too worried about your stuff there. The other thing I would always recommend is survivability is the most important thing. You can always find more damage. Don't go with squishy frames. So out of the 3 frames, go with whatever has the highest survivability frame. How do you unlock ETA, EDA? You need to be rank 5 with the respective faction for the missions. And then you need to do the normal version with all of the modifiers active. So, you know, you have to choose the frames, the weapons that it dictates, as well as all of the mission modifiers that exist for the run. Yeah, see, that's the thing that I like EDA and ETA for. Like, I know a lot of people kind of get annoyed by the fact that they can't just bring their, you know, one-trick pony frame that they love. Which, like, if you just like playing one Warframe, don't worry, I'm not making fun of you. It's just sort of the, you know, the comment that I make is sort of the one trick. You know, you got this one thing that you like playing and you don't play anything else. So, because to me, one of the big things with Warframe's endgame is build diversity and your collection. So I think EDA and ETA is really, really good because it really forces people to look at and change up their builds so that they have a wider variety of options and they're not just sort of doing just the meta stuff. So, like, to me, like, the real end game of Warframe is your loadouts and, like, your build crafting and your build diversity. Like, that's the thing that's the most interesting about Warframe's, like, play loop and enjoyment factor is that. But at the end of the day, right, if you like playing one Warframe, all the power to you. Because, you know, personal preference, personal enjoyment is paramount. Is Dante still good for the modes since the HP change? Well, nothing really changed for Dante's survivability. So yeah, he'd still be very good. And Dante is still very good for those modes because his Overguard generation is one of the more powerful ones. Also affects your whole entire squad, so you got good squad support in those missions, meaning your whole entire squad will be performing better in those. What is ETA and EDA? ETA and EDA are weekly hard mode missions that the game has that give you special, incredibly useful arcanes, and but more importantly for most players is Archon shards. You get EDA from Cavia? Yeah, EDA is from Cavia. ETA is from the Hex. So it's 2 different game modes. ETA, Elite Temporal Archimedia, and EDA, Elite Deep Archimedia. Just a little bit different game modes. And drop my make it burn. ETA this week was brutal. Actually, you know what? ETA this week wasn't that bad. We had to do a quick reset with EDA because someone we didn't realize that the little vampires were there, so someone died very quickly. So we had to do a quick little reset, but other than that, it was pretty easy this week. But I did have Temple for one of them, and I did have Wukong for the others, so it was... The Exalted stuff really helped me out. Hey, Sam, how you doing? I know, I can't pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Shaham. I know it's Shaham, but my brain goes breaky and don't work good. Hope you're doing well. Are you going to be going to one of the Tunnel VIP events? You and Akari? Shaham? Yeah, I know. My brain's just always like, Shajam! Because my brain don't work good. Both be at Melbourne? Heck yeah. That'll be fun. Does everybody have the same frames and guns for ETA? No, it's completely random on a per client basis. The effects of the missions and the other options are the same across everybody, but the frames and weapons that you get are individualistic. So everyone will have the gear reduction, everyone will have the can't go into operator, everyone will have all of those, but you will not be sharing the weapons and other loadout stuff. So weapons, warframes, that type of stuff. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to sure, but that's so many red numbers. You know, that whole thing. I got distracted by big shiny red numbers, sorry. I like big red shiny numbers. They're so fun. Ooh. Whee! 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 Wow! Whee! You know what? We'll just drop it here. We kill stuff, we don't. Stug Prime when? Well, it's a Kuva weapon, so I doubt we'll be getting Stug. A Prime version will probably, if anything, get a Kuva version. Best build for Uriel? I've got 3 different Uriel builds on the channel. In my Uriel build video. Which is right here for you. This is the weapon platform build. Hey man, just downloaded the game and played for a couple hours. Any tips and stuff that you must do at the start? Okay, so as a new player, 3 things. First thing, Warframe's a marathon, not a sprint. Take your time, you'll enjoy it. Do not feel like you are not performing properly because it does take a little bit of time to get to the level that I'm at, so don't worry about it. And the end game is 1.2 billion. Love Banshee buffs, yes. Where was I? Oh, Warframe's a marathon, not a sprint. So take your time. Do not feel pressured or feel rushed. Enjoy it at your pace. You will get to this stage of the game eventually. The other thing that I would say is make sure that you are doing your quests. Warframe's got a number of story quests and missions for you to do. The story in Warframe is actually really solid, so I would definitely recommend doing those, not only because they unlock new systems inside of the game, but they're also very good for, like, the lore. Big range. Then, after that, the other thing that I would say is, as a new player, you get 50 platinum. Platinum is Warframe's premium currency. And it's a paid-for currency, but you get 50 platinum for free. And the thing that I would recommend that you spend that platinum on is 2 sets of weapon mod slots. They come in packages of 2. They're 12 platinum for 2, so 6 platinum each. So, you know, 24 platinum for 4. And then with your other platinum, I would recommend buying a Warframe slot. Warframe does have sort of a small limitation in the number of things that you can own at one time, being through Warframe slots, weapon slots, other companion slots, and things like that. So the biggest thing that I would really recommend is to make sure to spend that platinum on that so that you don't have to sell stuff if you don't want to. Peanut, thanks for the follow. The other thing that I would say is play whatever you think looks cool. Don't play what everyone says is good. You will enjoy Warframe a lot more if you just go by the rule of cool and the rule of enjoyment. Fun is the best meta. Another thing that's important to note is that everything in Warframe, well, not everything, but you can trade for a lot of stuff with other players. So Warframe is a true free-to-play experience if you want to. If you want to spend the time to trade with other players, you can trade for that premium currency. It's not locked to your account. So you can trade with others. So these here, these are called Void Relics. It's how you get prime stuff in the game. So primes are basically just like cooler versions. For weapons, they're usually significantly better than their base version. For Warframes, it's a little bit better, nothing like too crazy. Like some more energy or a little bit more health or a little bit more sprint speed, stuff like that. And these you can trade with other players, the stuff that comes out of these relics. And you can, that's for instance, a really, really good way for you to earn platinum in Warframe. Yeah, I'm more than happy to, Dom. And if you ever do need any help with anything, let me grab you a Discord link. You are absolutely welcome to come join our Discord community, and same with everybody else, of course. Because we've got a really good community who are always happy to give you a hand with anything. So if I'm not live and you need a question answered, you're always welcome to check in with our Discord community. Sorry, Glaive, can't post links. If you didn't mean to send a link, then whatever you sent had something that looked like a URL. Kill Switch Reflex, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, Stream Element seems to be a little bit broken today. It's not, apparently it's a pay-to-win to get an alert up today. Not that I meant for that to happen. Stream Elements is just being Stream Elements. There we go. Grab the life support. Not that we need it. You know, I thought that I would have landed there so I could, you know, cast right away, but it turns out that I was just bad at the game. Okay. Pop, 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 pop.
That's it.
Hop, hop.
Open the relic.
Hop, pop, pop, pop.
Take a look inside.
Hop, pop, 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 pop. Hop, pop, pop. Hop, hop. Just vibing, losing my mind. You know the usual. Hello, victims. Whee! Amalgam Barrel Fusion works when equipped to your secondary and use Hilton's Balefire Charger, but does the Arcane equipped to your secondary also work? It'll pop up saying that it's getting stacks, but it doesn't affect the others, to my knowledge. So it'll say that it's getting stacks. Like, so for instance, if you're using Cascade of Flare, it'll say you're getting stacks, but I don't think it actually gives you the damage, to my recollection. So Strun is just like a big explosive? Yeah, basically. It's my favorite Incarnon. I love it. Birds. Dom, thanks very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Oh, I got the range buff there. Stop working Exalted as far as you know? Yeah, to my knowledge is that doesn't. That's some crazy range. I think I got the range and strength buff from the Void Relic, that's why. Okay, squad, we're heading out at 20 here. So start heading towards Extract. Whee! Whee! Hey, Extract's right here. Convenient. Okay, I'm just gonna, well, I'll just wait until the relic's out. And then I'll go pee. Pew, pew, pew. Melt. Big range. Big range. But it's the other side. Alrighty, let's head out. GG peeps. GG. Alright, I'm just going to the washroom. I'll be right back.
There you are. I would speak with you.
Why are there no Grenier, no glass in Grenier windows? They ate it all. See, the Grenier, when they're birthed out of their breeding tubes, they actually consume the glass, and that's their sustenance. You know, like instead of milk, they chew the glass, and so they just ate all the glass. Yeah, true story. Crumpy, Sycrus Prime. Let's take a peek. Sash chance minus impact, critical chance. I mean, not bad. Certainly not bad. Could be better. Like you could roll like crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, fire rate, anything like that. But honestly, 6 status chance and critical chance is really solid. The minus impact is also nice because then it forces your proc priority into something else, which is nice. Corrosive heat, yep, good combo. Yeah, looks good to me. Nothing really to say. Swapping Persistence with Scorch and Convulsion for Magnetic Might. For Scorch? And then what would you be doing with Scorch? Just running Heat Magnetic and just going hard into the heat stats? Is that your idea here? Pretty much. You know what I would say? Yeah, I mean, like, that's not a bad choice. I just feel like then you would be going to Radiation if you put Scorch here, right? And I think Corrosive's the right choice. Is Arby's good for Endo? Yeah, Arby's is really good for Endo. Arby's is good for Endo. Late game bounties, also super good. So, like, basically anything after the New War. So, Holvania, 99, Whisper in the Walls, Sanctum Autonomica, Zariman, or the Noko bounties. Or, as Wannabe Hero always says, Railjack actually is a really good source of Endo. Turbo! Ooh, cool looking Ash. I like that sort of like sort of deep, like it's kind of a gray blue. It's not quite black, which is nice. And I really like that gold color. It looks cool. What about your Saren? What you got? Hey, it's green and purple. Some of my favorite colors. I think maybe bring the purple up, but that also could just be Look Link right now is doing some weird things with fashion for some reason. Ooh. Okay, I would say more range. Definitely I would say more range than this. You actually don't need a streamline, so I would replace... Oh, wow, yeah, there's a lot of things. Okay, whose is this? Hidegaro. Max... Okay, so one I would say on here, Hidegaro, is... You're kind of going in a bunch of different directions with your build. So I would recommend Archon Vitality because Archon Vitality will make the heat procs apply to every instance. So I'd probably switch that out. I wouldn't run Streamline. I would probably run some more range on here rather than these two. I find like 175 range is really solid on him. And I would recommend some purple shards. Even just one purple shard is more than enough. Because the amount of health orb drops that you get from Golfagor every about 6 seconds will sustain your energy with even just one purple shard. I would say you don't need the armor shard, right? I would probably say you probably don't need either of these, and I would definitely recommend Archon Vitality on him. If you want to see my builds for Uriel, I was the sponsored creator for the Uriel first look, so you can go there and check it out if you want. But yeah, I would say look at, like, you don't need this much shields on him. Remedium will regenerate both your shields and your health. So you can essentially shield gate with the amount of health that you have. Right? Or the amount of shields that you have. So I would definitely, like, take a look at the videos there. The builds in the video. For sort of conceptually what I'm talking about. And there's the link for you there. Oh, Uriel's great fun. I really love Uriel. Uriel is very, very fun. Strun Prime. Deadhead. I mean, Deadhead's fine. I would probably run Merciless instead of Deadhead. The reason why is it gives you more reload speed, and because it's a single shell reload at a time, the more reload speed you have, the faster that whole entire process goes, right? On hit accuracy when aiming. Yeah, you don't really need this. So I would say, like, you don't necessarily need this on here. Accuracy on the Strun is not that big of a deal. When you aim down sights with the Strun, it's actually quite an accurate weapon. What do you got on your ammo maximum, damage Grenier, damage Corpus, critical chance, critical damage? I mean, yeah, I mean, not bad. Not a bad Riven at all, right? It gives you some factional damage against the two most populous factions outside of Orkin. And then also gives you some critical damage, which is quite nice. What are you running for your elements here? Just corrosive? Okay. Corrosive plus heat, obviously. Yeah, no, I like it. But you probably don't need both of these. Especially since you're running Deadhead. I would remove this. You could go the magnetic 1-slot mod or a single element, right? Because you got corrosive here, so you could move this over here and put another element here instead. Would you typically use arcane persistence on a frame if they have adaptation? So there's two sort of school of thoughts going with persistence when it comes to adaptation. My idea with adaptation on using persistence is it will protect you from chip damage and reduce the amount of chip damage you take, and then persistence blocks out the big bursts of damage so that you aren't having to constantly lean on one source or the other for your survivability. Now that said, the further, like the more into an endurance run that you're going, so we're talking like level caps, ETA, EDA, adaptation gets just not as powerful because you're just taking larger chunks of damage. So even at 90%, you're still taking huge chunks of damage. So at that point, then you're leaning more into persistence than you are adaptation. So it kind of depends on like a few other variables, like what you're bringing on your frame, what your source of healing is, what kind of level content you're going into. So certainly not bad, but like it's not optimal. I run adaptation on a lot of frames when I'm using persistence because I like having that double source of survivability in that regards. Abs, what you got? Valkyr. Equilibrium, triple Umbra. Yeah, so I would say more strength. So like these two go into strength. In fact, even all three of these, I would say go into strength. Because strength is really, really solid on her. Increases war cries, attack speed, and armor generation. Increases hysteria's damage. Increases paralysis, damage vulnerability on enemies. So I would say lean more into strength on here. And like running these two umbrals is perfectly fine, but I would say more strength between those three. And then obviously get your mods maxed out when you can. Arcane battery, to fuel your energy, you will have maximum energy just because of Warcry and Hysteria. Ranked battery, you'll be sitting at some really high energy levels. And then energize for your other energy concerns. Pressure point, condition overload when you can. Bring in like a status priming companion of some variety. Organ shatter, galvanized steel. I would run galvanized steel, not sacrificial steel. Because blood rush is, between blood rush and galvanized steel, you'll be hitting red crits. And then galvanized steel will also give you some more critical damage. And then you're running electricity and gas on here. I personally don't really like running influence on Valkyr's talons because she's got such a low base status chance. So it's fine what elements that you're running here, but just keep in mind that you have a really low base status chance, so your elements are basically just pure damage here, which is fine. Having pure damage is never a bad thing. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, tight. See you in a second. Yeah, Hida, that's a good choice. Well, you gotta remember, right? On release day of a game like that, of course, they're gonna have very high spikes of players. So we'll have to see what happens with it. You know, I don't want to see any game company have a game fail, but yeah, I had no interest in that game. When it popped out, I was like, cool. And what about it? Oops, put my headphones on the wrong way. Well, we'll see what happens with it. Oh, Abs, let's take a look at your Valkyr Prime. Ooh, Pody. I like that. Although I think I would change this to a different color, but I don't know what. I feel like having like essentially 5 different colors here is maybe a little bit messy. Right? You got this sort of tealy green, you got the purple, you got the white, the gold, and the red. So you're running like, I think, too many colors on here. I think what I would do is bring this color that's on the silk pattern into where this red is what I would do. But it's not that it looks bad. It's just what I would do with it. Ooh, Ace, that looks cool. I like that. That looks nice. Shiro, Magnus Prime, still need level faction mods. Unfortunately, the Riven's multi-shot is useless here. Oh, because you're going into Acuity? So with the Magnus, I actually wouldn't go into Acuity. On here, Shiro. The reason why is, the Magnus unique trait is on hit. That includes punch through. That includes multi-shot. So if you have multi-shot and you have punch through, you have a higher likelihood of activating the unique trait. So I would not be going into Acuity on here. I actually would lead. This is a very good Riven. This is a very, very good Riven, but I would probably recommend running into multi-shot on here. It'll activate the unique trait significantly more frequently. I also probably wouldn't run Cannonade here. Personally. I would lean into the fire rate. I would lean into the multi-shot. Is how I would play it. That is a really, really, really good Riven. That's the only reason why. It's like, this is a monstrous Riven. The minus reload speed sucks. But the fact of the matter is, like, you have so much extra multi-shot there. If you were to go into a full multi-shot build, you'd be sitting at like 7 multi-shot. You'd be activating the unique trait almost guaranteed every magazine, and if not continuously, because of how much multi-shot you have here. Yeah, I wouldn't go into Candidate or Acuity on this if this was me. But that said, this would be a really funny Acuity build. I would probably drop this down for the Magnetic Might mod, though, or Merciless Gunfight. Because then you'll get critical damage and punch through, so then you'll, you know, more punch through for that. Or Magnetics, then you have another status element for damage, and also 45% more critical damage, right? That's probably what I would do. If you wanted to keep it this way, I would go for one of those 2 elements. Where's your neutral damage? Just here? Yeah. Accuracy for the critical chance on weak point hits, too. Okay, cool. I like it. Kind of neat. You just got Blind Rage. Is it worth the downside? I run Blind Rage on basically every single build. Yeah. Yep. Iroh. Yep. How's it going? Welcome in. Cool guy. Welcome in. What you got? Galvanized. Lethal Torrent. More ability strength. Yep, looks good. Yeah, nothing really to say on here. You could probably like get, you know, a little bit more on here. Like I would say swap this out for Lethal Torrent. I would say, you know, Galvanized Diffusion. And then another one of the tome mods to go in your Excellence slot, which you don't have anything in currently. But yeah. Not bad. Not bad. Some area for improvement. Trying to figure out what you could do to add more to this hybrid of a damage and support build. There's another one that on the alt fire will give you extra fire rate. I would highly, highly recommend that. Where do you get the tome mods? The mirror defense on Demos. Would probably, I'm not gonna lie, that farm is frustrating. I would just recommend farming the 140 platinum and buying the tome mod box, pack from here. Buy this. And you know what the funny thing is? I actually know some people that use this as their plat source. They buy this and then they sell the individual mods for platinum and they earn more money than that. That bad? It's a bit frustrating, yeah. Because it's on the C rotation, so every 4 runs and it's 1 chance, right? And the amount of time, it's just not that much. The Tennokai mods, the difference between the Tennokai mods and the tome mods is that the Tennokai mods are in alchemy, which is an Omnia Fissure sometimes. So the Tennokai mods are actually super easy to farm because you just farm relics at the same time. Like, I've got a couple hundred of platinum worth of them sitting in my inventory right now because I love alchemy. Right? These are like, what, 40 or 50 platinum each? These ones about the same. Like, and this is just me from running from all that. Is this my ship? It's just a reskin of the ship. Later on in the game, as you finish more story quests, you will unlock different skins for your ship. That's all this is back here. And you unlock this when you finish Warframe 99, aka the Hex. Discipline's merits 70 platinum, yeah. So, you know, all of these are worth a couple hundred platinum between them all, right? There, Dreamer's Wrath is like what? What's Dreamer's Wrath these days? Dreamer's Wrath is 30 platinum. Discipline's merit is 79 platinum. Conditions perfect is 5 platinum. Rotuni's reach is 4 platinum. Yeah, so you know, these ones are really, really good. It's just like, and that's the thing that I really enjoy about alchemy is actually a really, really good source of plat. Because it shows up as an Omnia Fissure here. So then you can crack relics and farm platinum and, you know, so it's just a nice little combination that you can do. And if you get a squad that actually, you know, pays attention to what they're doing, it's actually really fast. It's really, really fast. Obviously, if you have a squad who knows what they're doing. I mean, I guess I'm just going to buy more helmets. I suppose. The Tennokai mods? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Oh, you know what? I maybe should have saved some in case I need, you know what? I'm going to actually just pre-buy some Nitane just in case. There you go. Got a few more of these alt helmets here. Where's my decorations here? Appearance. There we go. Might as well just craft some of these, get them done. Hey, good thing I bought all that Nitane extract. Okay, Blue, what you got? Obi. Ooh, I love this ephemera. I forget what it's called now, but it just kind of gives you like a glowy effect. It's really cool. Nice look on the fashion. This is really nice. This Lotus, Blade of Lotus skin is really good. You're relatively new to Steel Path, but have done work on your builds a lot. Do you go further solo or with a group? Totally up to you. How to flash step on PS4? What do you mean by flash step? Yeah, the Aurora one. Yeah, that's what it's called. I'm not certain what you mean by flash step. Those are some regulars. Grendel Prime based on Omega from Final Fantasy. Ooh. The fast walking? Do you mean bullet jump? Do you mean that? This is how people mainly walk. Like, move in missions is through bullet jumping. And rolls. This is just, you hit crouch and you just hit your jump button. I forget what those are on PlayStation controls. Crouch, jump. Which is, this is just your dodge animation. AKA roll, dodge. I assume that's what you're talking about, is this tech here. Move around like that. But you blink. Are you talking about Operator Void Step? That's just when you're in operator or drifter, and if you don't know what that is, that means that you haven't unlocked it yet, and that's just crouch and jump. Exact same as this. Most of the movement stuff in Warframe is some combination of crouch and jump or dodge. It's all basically this. Some combination of that. I'm not certain what the controls are exactly on console for that, but it's crouch, jump for that, and if you're an operator or a drifter and you don't know either of those, just wait, you'll get to it. Or dodge, which is your roll animation here. Some Warframes have different roll animations. This one has a unique roll animation. Hermes Travels. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, everybody, I am going to call it here for me early tonight. I'm super tired. I'm very drained today. So I'm going to call it here for me. But before we go, thank you to Thymat for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, Ace, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Noos, for the Prime. Thank you, Phenom, for the 5 months Prime. Thank you, Killer Priest, for the new Prime. Thank you, Azariah, sorry, for the new Prime. Chizzy, 2283 for the new Tier 1. Apollo for the 4 months Prime. Heckle for the Raid. Revan for the 7 months Tier 1. Dendro for the 13 months Tier 1. Iflin for the Raid. And what did we have over in our sound alerts today? I know we had 1 or 2 of those. Hey, that's you. That is you. You're right. Redacted. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Now, everybody, we're going to go drop you off with a friend. We just got to go find one. I don't have any of them. They're rare. They're far between. You know what? Let's go drop you off over here. Actually, let's go drop you off over here. Yeah, let's drop you off here. All right, everybody. We're going to go send you off with a good friend of the stream. We're going to drop you off with Nessa. If you got a sub, there's some emotes to throw at Nessa. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. till about 7 p.m. Eastern today, tomorrow. Of course, as always, keep an eye on the YouTube channel for any new shorts and all of that jazz. And if you're new to the stream, come join our Discord, come join our YouTube community. And if you want to come join our Discord community, please feel free to. Just click that link right there for you. Alrighty, everybody. Take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful evening and go say hi to Nessa. Bye, everybody.